Oh, this is, yeah, we got an email about this.
I'd like to call the March 3rd, 2026 Town Council meeting to order. I'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Can we have the roll call, please?
Chairperson Phillips, Councilor Sims,
Present.
Councilor Willis,
Present.
Councilor Kusch,
Present.
Councilor Seagull,
Present.
Councilor Dearborn,
Present.
Flynn.
Present.
We'll begin with acceptance of the minutes from the February 3rd, 2026 regular Town Council meeting.
Motion to approve. Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All right. All those in favor? Yes. Okay. We are actually going to move out of order as a request. We're actually going to begin tonight with a presentation by the Gorham Action Team for Youth. So if you could please come up. Thank you very much.
All right. Here we go. Well, good evening, everybody. I'm so excited you all came for this presentation. It's really great that you are wanting information about substance use and mental health prevention here in Gorham, so thanks for coming. My name is Brooke Prue. I'm a social worker at Gorham Schools. I'm also a Gorham resident, but tonight I am happily here as the facilitator for Gorham Action Team for Youth. Tonight we will be reviewing some of the Gorham data and then talking about what's next and how we as a coalition can work with you as a Gorham community. So GADI, just real quick, we are made up of 25 plus members, including school staff, students, parents and families, business leaders, faith-based leaders in our community, community members, business leaders. We meet once a month to talk about substance use prevention and mental health. Our goal, our mission is to promote positive youth development, prevent substance use, and address mental health here in Gorham. We have been established since 2015. GADI has done a variety of things, but the general themes have included educating parents, students, and adults on substance use, creating a resource guide for Gorham residents, provide mental health or provide health information at community events, disseminate health data to community partners, and to complete, we recently just completed a strategic planning process. So what is prevention when we use that word? So prevention, right, in and of itself is the action of stopping something from happening. However, at GADI, our prevention vision is a little bit more than that. What we truly want to make sure is that all youth have opportunity for thriving in our Gorham community. Prevention in and of itself, you might have seen a visual like this. This is this idea of when people are using substances, right, the analogy is they are getting into some cold water, going off of a waterfall. Typically, how communities respond is then we're trying to get them out of the water. Our goal in prevention is to really look at a community level and see why are people even, right, getting in the water, so to say. Why are they using? How can we go upstream and enact policies, resources, all of that good stuff so people aren't even getting close, right, to going off the waterfall, so to say. So the data that we use is the Maine Integrated Youth Health Survey. This is a survey that helps government, public health agencies, schools, communities understand physical, mental, and behavioral health patterns of students in order to implement appropriate and relevant resources and programming. It is administered every 2 years statewide, beginning back in February of 2009. Questions are a collection of national health surveys, reliability of answers are tested, and individual surveys are tested for consistency of answers. Types of questions asked on the Maine Integrated Youth Health Survey include adverse childhood experiences. These are things such as divorce, homelessness, food insecurity, incarcerated parents, abuse, things like that. They also ask questions around substance use, alcohol, tobacco, electronic vape products, cannabis, and other substance use. They look at bullying, both cyberbullying and in person, bullying based on race and ethnicity, mental health, physical activity and nutrition, and it also looks at protective factors and factors of resilience, like what are the strengths here in our youth for Gorham, school climate, and also sexual health. For demographics, in 6th grade, we had 206 participants. This is back in February of 2025. Out of those participants, 6.4% spoke another language other than English at home. For our 7th and 8th graders, 385 students participated. 4.2% spoke a language other than English at home, and 15.4% identified in the LGBTQ+ community. For our high school, we had 530 participants from 9th to 12th grade participate. 8.5% of those who participated spoke other language other than English at home, with 13.8% reporting to be in the LGBTQ+ community. What's really interesting just to note, right, historically the Maine reporting and Gorham reporting around students who identify in the LGBTQ+ community has consistently stayed around the 25% mark. In 2025, those numbers dropped drastically. In reporting at the high school, in 2023, we were at 24%. In 2025, that number dropped to 13.8%. And the overall Maine state average at 25.5 dropped to 21.2%. Students are reporting feeling less safe to report their identity based on the current political climate. Substance use. So we'll jump right in. The good news is 6th grade rates were too low to report. Yay. For our 7th and 8th graders, the numbers are also consistently pretty low, with 30-day use for vaping at 1.3%, 2.7% of alcohol use, 1.8% of 30-day cannabis use, and 3.4% of misuse of prescription medication. So that could include missing a dose, overusing a med, etc. For our 9th and our 12th graders, you'll see here we are comparing the Gorham data to the Maine state average. 30-day cigarette use was at 2% compared to the Maine state average at 5%. 30-day vaping for Gorham was at 9%. 30-day alcohol use was 20%. This is the only number that is higher than the Maine state average for reporting. And then we have 13% of 30-day cannabis use and 4% at 30-day misuse of prescription medication. You'll see the overall 10-year trend, 9th through 12th grade, really hasn't changed. We have seen some peaks of use following kind of some COVID, but overall nothing like statistically significant has really shifted or changed what substance use looks like here in Gorham. We're now looking at mental health. When we're looking at mental health, the questions ask, have you ever felt so sad or hopeless every day for 2 weeks or more in a row that you stopped doing activities you enjoy? In 2023, for 7th and 8th graders, that number was at 23.9%, and it raised slightly to 24.7%. For looking at suicidal ideation, the question asks, have you ever seriously thought about killing yourself? In 2023, 13.8% of those who participated reported they had. This year, that number went up by 1 percentage point at 14.8%. And our ninth graders, again, asking the same question when we look at depression rates. These numbers are really promising at our high school. We went from 31% in 2023 to 18% in 2025. The Maine state average is also showing a decline in high school students reporting feeling depressed from 35 to 28%. When it comes to suicidality or suicidal ideation at the high school, in 2023, GHS was at 15%, and it dropped to 8% this past year. The Maine state average is also declining among high school students from 18% to 13%. When we look at risk and protective factors, the questions are asked of how safe do you feel at school? 87% of sixth graders feel safe at school. 78% of seventh and eighth graders report feeling safe. And 87% of our high school students are reporting feeling safe at school. For bullying, sixth grade, we have 42.7% of students report being bullied at school. It just simply asks, have you ever been bullied on the property? It doesn't define bullying. But 42.7% report being bullied at school, with 23.9% report being bullied online. And our seventh and eighth graders, 47% report being bullied at school, with 28.9% being bullied online. In our high school, those numbers drop from 9.7% of bullying happening at school to 16.3% of bullying online. When we look at more specifically at the seventh and eighth grade, these are risk and protective factors. So these are things like about caring adults, how your community feels about you. Here we have the colors in the maroon are our current year, with the blue being 2023 data. So agree that a student at school really cares about you and gives you help and support when needed. We dropped a little bit from 78 to 73%. You agree that GHS usually enforces rules fairly. I'm sorry, so this would be, is this GHS data? Yes, sorry, up there says 7th and 8th grade. This is high school data, not 7th and 8th grade data. So you agree that GHS usually enforces rules fairly, 56%, a slight increase from 55. That you agree that adults at school usually address conflict, negative language, and bullying in a positive way to help students. That's at 40%, nothing significantly different from last year at 39. Agrees that people at school usually care about students and encourages them. We're at 51%. You agree that they always have support from adults other than a parent. That number jumped a little bit from 59% to 62%. They agree that their family have clear rules about alcohol and drugs. That number went from 91% in 2023 to 88%. That they agree that their parent talks to them about what they're doing at school. Again, that number dropped a little bit from students reporting 84% of their parents talk to them about school to 81%. And that they agree that their family loves and support them. This number has consistently been pretty high, around the high 80s, this past year at 87%. You agree that they matter to people in the community. This number is at 58%. This number has not changed year after year after year. We have consistently just been at 58%. The amount of adverse childhood experiences, right? So the more adverse childhood experiences you have, the more of an impact that has on your life. We have 17% of our high school students are reporting 4 or more adverse childhood experiences. That's a great impact on health outcomes, mental health, substance use, education, graduation, all of that stuff. They're probably our most at-risk youth. So, what does the data really tell us? So we know that there's no significant change in risk and protective factors or outcomes in the last 10 years. We really want to take a closer look at why that is and what we can be doing differently. Youth mattering in our community has stayed at about 58% for multiple years in a row. When presenting to the school committee, what was interesting is an administrator shared that's about the amount of the percentage of student athletes we have here in Gorham. So potentially it's just the athletes that feel that they matter and others don't, but something to consider. And that substance use is a community issue, as is mental health. It's not just a school issue. So when we look at this data, our goals are to engage students in prevention activities. We'd really like to build a youth coalition, so youth voice, and we have more youth participation. We want to engage Gorham families in prevention activities and greater school-family connection. We want to expand awareness of the coalition and outcomes like youth substance use and mental health. 4 is to provide expanded resource guide to all of Gorham residents and make sure that that is more accessible. We want to advocate for prevention efforts with the school committee and town level around budgets and collaborate together on initiatives to support prevention. So how did we kind of get here? So again, we've been around since 2015, but in 2023, we really started to re-look at what our capacity was as a GADI group. We were pretty small, around 5 to 7 people, and we started to explore what truly was the resources in Gorham. In 2024, we began to do some more in-depth community level prevention, not just at the school, and started to create our strategic plan. In 2025, we really grew GADI to 25 plus members from our 5 to 7 just school staff. We also applied at that time for a drug-free community grant with the town. However, that grant across the nation, all grants were not accepted due to specific executive orders at the federal level. So here we are needing to come up with some new decisions, new solutions in order to do prevention at a community level. So I am here today in front of you guys because we know, for an ask, we know that when coalitions such as GADI are funded, we show improvement on substance use and mental health outcomes for youth. GADI is requesting a portion of the Gorham opioid settlement funding for substance use prevention here in Gorham. So GADI's request is we're asking for an approval of $5,000 to support prevention efforts in order to reduce substance use and worsen mental health for youth. Our money would be used, and we have shared this with Council Lou Sims, Town Manager Ephraim, and also Susie Phillips. They have a more itemized budget, but things would include stipends for 3 different stipends: a facilitation of GADI, a family engagement, and a youth engagement coordinator to really start to do those efforts. Support for youth educational opportunities and supplies. That was that youth coalition group that we were talking about. We really also want to support family engagement activities. We envision going to certain neighborhoods within our Gorham community to provide resources, guest speakers, pizza, right, like get community together to talk about substance use and mental health. And we need support in sharing prevention information resources to the Gorham community to make that more accessible online and through possibly the Gorham Times. So that is what I have for you today. I don't know if there are specific questions that you all have for me about the data or specifically our request.
Just point of order that I'm planning on sponsoring an item for this request at our April meeting. So we'll have an opportunity to think it over and get all the details before we make a decision.
Thank you. Yes, we're not making a decision right now.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Question. Looking at all the different numbers that you shared with us, is there a singular metric that if you could sort of focus on one you would want to try to improve moving forward, understanding they're all important, but is there one?
Yeah, they're all important. I think our 2 big initiatives that stuck out to us. And when we talk, we have 2 student representatives, where Youth Mattering was a big one that we want to look at and target. And also, again, focusing on youth, because those numbers of use has not changed. How can we really get more youth participating in these conversations? So I think we can target both the 10-year trends of substance use and mental health with a youth coalition group. So those would be the 2 things that I think we should really take a big focus on.
With permission, two quick comments on that. One, the one that struck me a little bit was feeling like adults support them. I think that's something that it should be a huge focus, that the kids should feel supported in the
Yep.
schools. And I know how hard you and the teachers work to make that happen. So thank you for your efforts with this organization and within the schools. I look forward to seeing Counselor Sims' item and really appreciate the work that you guys are doing within the schools. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just say thank you for sharing this information.
Yeah.
As a teacher myself, albeit a different district, but I see a lot of the similar trends that you're discussing, and I know you, unfortunately, do have an uphill battle because that 18%, that small percent, are the obviously hardest to reach.
Yeah.
And if you're looking to build a youth coalition, the kids that are already a part of the community and already doing a lot of work are going to end up being the easiest ones to reach.
Yeah, and I'm hopeful that in partnering in this, having not just be the school needing to focus on this, but a whole community level, those trends that, will start to improve in this collaboration with the town. I think is a really great direction for us to be going.
And I also appreciate about 2 years ago, we saw the data last.
Yeah.
I was like, okay,
Yeah.
so what do we do with this?
Yeah.
So I do very much appreciate
I heard that question. I was like, I'm coming back with an answer for that.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
thank you for having a very clear, hey, this is what we need.
Yep. Thank you all.
Please, Councillor Kush.
Yeah, can you just sort of briefly say what that big grant would have done?
Yeah, so the Drug-Free Community Grant is pretty significant. It's a federal grant that would have given Gorham $125,000 for 5 years, potentially up to 10 after you reapply. In that money, we had allocated that most of it would be for somebody to do the facilitation, so who could orchestrate the youth engagement. This is a part of my job, but I also have like 50 plus students I'm supposed to see and do substance use prevention in all of our elementary schools. So I give as much as I can, but that role would have really been to hire a town employee to do that prevention work, which would then lead to us having funds to do community events, to have the youth coalition. So it would have been an awesome opportunity. We will continue to look at that as an opportunity, but right now the requirements just don't match kind of what our vision is and what we feel our town community needs at this time. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Good?
Thank you
All
very,
right.
very much.
Thank
for
you,
the
guys. If
presentation.
anybody has questions, Lou knows where to find me. So thank you, guys. All right. Oh, yeah.
All right, we will now open it up to open public communications. This is for any item that is not on the agenda tonight. So please make your way up. If you want to form a line, that's okay. You'll have 3 minutes. And when you begin, please clearly state your name and address. Thank you very much.
My name is Kimber. Can you hear me okay? My name is Kimber Cross. My address is 185 Shaws Mill Road in Gorham. I've lived 55 years on Spring Run Farm, which was founded here in 1831 in West Gorham. And I have 2 items to consider. The first is just for the town council to consider. And that's in terms of the sprinkler inspection item from last week. I listened to that online, and as I understand it online, it's a going forward principle where if you are want to live in a house and build a house or a duplex, and if you have to go and purchase the land or the land and the house together, then you are subject to having to have a fire sprinkler system, which is expensive not just in the occurrence of the buying it, but from my personal experience over this last year, I have spent $3,100 just to have a 5-year test. And then because over the years, the antifreeze has a higher level now, it had to be replaced. That was an additional $7,000. Plus every year I have to pay $900 to have quarterly tests. So it is an expensive venture. So as I understand this, that if you go out and buy that house and the land, you are subject to having a sprinkler system. However, if instead you want to build that house or that duplex and you're getting the land from a family member that is gifting it to you, you're exempt. Now, at that last meeting, a counselor spoke up that this indeed was inequitable. And it seems that that cry that was raised was ignored because you still passed it. And that is going into effect. And so it was just unbelievably to me to allow the sprinkler system exemption despite its unfairness to a selected few people having family gifted land to them on it. So that's my one point. I just want to make you so that you hear that, and that you hear that that counselor who said something was not listened to by the rest of you. The second thing I want to address to the town.
Sorry, it's, if you could wrap it up. It's been
Pardon?
3 minutes, if you can.
I'm
If you
sorry.
can wrap it up a little, it's been 3 minutes. I want to make sure everyone has a chance to speak.
Okay. The second is to town regarding major goods last mile movement facilities. That is a term that's used for businesses such as Amazon. In general, such facilities have impacts on the community such as health effects from pollution associated with it, with goods movement, 24 hours a day traffic, noise pollution, emissions from trucks, decreased quantitative life, social impacts, air pollution, climate change, injuries, noise, loss of a sense of community stress and anxiety. So I charge you, the town officers, this is for the town officers, to study these effects for any major goods last mile movement facilities such as Amazon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the Town Council. My name is Brianna Heckman. My husband and I have lived in Gorham for the past 5 years, just around the corner here at 15 Ballpark Road. I'm here tonight representing a group of concerned residents from the neighborhood surrounding the Town Hall and the Gorham High School. As we all know, Gorham is a wonderful place to live. Our population has grown by nearly 30% over the last 25 years. But with that growth has come a significant and dangerous increase in traffic volume and speed in our neighborhood. Our area is very unique because it serves as a central hub for the community. Between the town hall, the municipal buildings, Roby Park, the library, and the farmers market, there's a steady flow of year-round activity. In addition to the recreation department utilizes this area for a variety of seasonal programs and activities. We also have multiple walking and biking trail systems that draw residents throughout all 4 seasons. While we value being at the heart of the community life, our neighborhood roads were never designed to support this level of constant demand. And as Gorham continues to grow, the strain on these roadways will only increase. Residents in our area routinely observe vehicles traveling well above the posted limits. This creates an immediate safety risk for the children, pedestrians, pets, and local wildlife in our neighborhood. The concentration of municipal services and recreation makes this neighborhood uniquely exposed compared to other parts of town. So we're here tonight to ask the council to prioritize traffic safety measures in this specific area. We're not here to just raise concerns, we want to help create solutions. Our neighborhood has many constructive ideas. One example is installing raised speed tables similar to those near the middle school. Without intervention, these risks will continue to escalate as Gorham grows. We have gathered signatures from residents who strongly agree that this issue requires immediate attention. Finally, we understand that the Capital Improvement Projects and Economic Development Committee is meeting later this month and that parking around the high school is on the agenda. We believe this presents an ideal opportunity to combine efforts and address overlapping safety and infrastructure issues together. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to keeping Gorham's neighborhood safe. Thank you.
In the interest of keeping it fair and keeping it going, please no applause as well. Thank you.
Mike Chabot, 17 Morrill Ave, another resident right around the corner. I just want to concur with what Brianna just brought forward, and I want to thank her for her efforts to bring to light the issues in the neighborhood. And as Brianna said, we are here to help solutions and interact with the council and whoever is making decisions in the upcoming evaluation of the parking around the school in this area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jacqueline Ashla, and I live at 48 Briarwood Lane in Gorham. I have lived in Gorham for 36 years. And I just have a few points that I would like to bring to your top of your mind about Amazon that I feel that are important. There have been warehouses that have been made or built, I should say, like in Hot Springs, California, where they had said they were going to make a certain type of a warehouse, and the town approved it, and they were getting their monies from the profits that would be getting from that. And then during the time it was made, the counselor, town council person agreed to make it a lesser type of a warehouse, and now they're not getting the profits because the type of warehouse is now there has changed, and so they're not raising any money at that particular place. Therefore, there are no tax relief for them. So I think it's important, number one, that when the town, if they approve it, to be stern enough to say that the reason for it to come here and for what purpose it is for is to stay that it can't change. And along with that, Amazon has been shown to, has contracts with ICE, and there's different opinions about ICE. My point is legally, what's going on right now is not lawful. And are we with a company that is supporting ICE by giving data to them and giving out cell phone numbers and addresses, et cetera, of immigrants and allowing their cloud to be used for data? are we supporting the ICE in the current way that it is being demonstrated in the United States? And I don't think that I would like to have my town supporting that, even if it's just vaguely. So that is another problem. So yeah, the taxes, as I already said. So I think that that covers it most, that I just want to us to, if it has to be, that we have our stronghold on what will be acceptable, not to sell it, saying they can't sell it and have it be used as a detention place, because the one that Amazon did sell was not even used as a warehouse yet when they let it go to the DHS. And that scares me, and I don't want it in my town. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd just like to let speakers know that the light will turn yellow when you have 1 minute remaining, and then flash yellow when you have 5 seconds remaining.
Okay. Hello, my name is Christopher Jakes. I live over on Elkins Road. Today I'm making a brief prepared statement on Amazon and the imperative need to not go through with this deal. Amazon is not just Amazon. Today we are going to hear from a lot of people who I'm sure will present for you data as to why this is a bad deal. I'm going to speak a little bit more from my heart and from my experience coming from a town in the South Shore of Massachusetts that made all the bad decisions that are now presented to this town. I come from southern Massachusetts, and I've seen what happens when a town makes the wrong decision or fails to make the right one in time, allows its development to happen to it, rather than dictating growth to best fit the town's future and present needs. Gorham is at this precipice where we can grow the way we choose if we choose when we have the chance, and that chance is now. If we do not choose, we will continue to grow at the exact pace and path we are on. We will end up like many. We will end up developed the way that towns all across the state and New England have since the 80s. This outdated method of allowing developers to buy up giant plots, put in single-family quarter-acre lots, is a blight on both the working class and the entire town, and it is an unaffordable, ill-functioning product of developers' greed. Developers to whom we seemingly handed our town over when the previous comprehensive plan was written. I am asking, why do we do things in the wrong way and then blame a document that we have the power to change? Why do we take public statements after committee rulings that put us in a legal position to be obligated to developers, a position we should be leveraging to our benefit? Why do our contracts go to who they go to? Is it just maintaining a status quo? Why was the sewage system done the way that it was for Amazon? Why was the Amazon project decided to go to the realtor that it went to? These contracts go out, people pick a price, and the town does not negotiate. The taxpayer eats it. The rich get richer, while we fight over scraps for a school budget that should be funded first, long before whatever place money can buy you in the line in this town. Our town's management cannot become riddled with neglect, laziness, or cronyism. We must meet this moment. There has been little oversight or auditing of processes. Why don't we have a process that listens to people first? The rezoning of the preserve was a perfect example of this, and we've done nothing to fix it since then. By the time people were heard, it was too late. A fairly unpopular decision was made that led to a developer, whether you were for it or against it, was never really discussed at hand. It was decided. It happened because there were no guardrails in place for anyone to stop it if they wanted to. To be perfectly honest, none of this would have happened if we had rewritten the comprehensive plan after the pandemic when it was suggested by many. I know in this town being a town councilor is a volunteer position, but we approach a moment that we need more from you than we have ever needed from you. We need guidance, we need leadership, and we need you to help us get to the place that we can get to. I know this town can be a beacon of what Maine could be. Communities that people can afford to live in and thrive in. I'm sorry for wasting any extra time. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Chelsea Brandley, and I live on Shamrock Drive. I want to begin by saying that I know these decisions around Amazon are complex, but complexity doesn't excuse confusion. And for many residents, this process has left more questions than reassurance. When decisions move forward without early public engagement, it naturally erodes confidence. I want it clearly on the record that this agreement advanced without meaningful public input before commitments were made. Residents were not invited into the early stages of this decision. We were informed after it was already in motion. That is not collaborative governance, and it is not transparency. There has also been discussion within the community that members of this body traveled together to Massachusetts to tour Amazon facilities as part of evaluating this project. If that occurred, I would simply ask, was it publicly noticed? Was it documented? Were residents made aware? This begs the next question. What other meetings were conducted in secrecy about this project? When elected officials evaluate a development of this magnitude, the process must be as transparent as the outcome is consequential. Now, regarding the sewer infrastructure, we have been told the approximately $2 million sewer investment is not being done for Amazon, but because that parcel required sewer access regardless. If that's true, then the planning failure becomes even more concerning. Why was this infrastructure not addressed proactively a year ago before tying the land to a single corporate buyer? Why was the parcel not sewered, rezoned strategically, and marketed broadly for housing or mixed-use commercial development? With sewer access, that land becomes significantly more valuable and far more flexible. It could attract residential development, it could support mixed-use commercial space, it could expand the tax base in a diversified long-term way, instead of concentrating economic risk in one large facility. Instead, we appear to have limited our options, and we are now debating whether to absorb a $135,000 exit cost, while simultaneously committing millions in infrastructure spending. Good planning creates leverage, poor planning eliminates it. So here is a straightforward alternative. Complete the sewer project, withdraw from this agreement, rezone the land intentionally, market it competitively, and maximize the value of this asset for the taxpayers of this town. Leadership is not about defending decisions already made. It is about adjusting course when a stronger path becomes clear. Right now, a stronger path is clear. I urge you to take it.
Please remind the audience, please no clapping. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Lehman, and my family and I live on Shamrock Drive, and we've lived there for the last 12 years. I'd like to read a letter that I sent the town council this past weekend. Last weekend, I attended the Gorham United meeting along with approximately 100 residents from Gorham and neighboring towns to learn more about the proposed sale of industrial land to Amazon. As only a part of the council was present at that meeting, I felt it was important to share the overwhelming takeaway from the evening, and it was clear that this is not a good deal for the community of Gorham. We heard presentations outlining the projected property tax relief for homeowners, which appears to be minimal at best for a warehouse development of this scale. More concerning, we learned that any modest savings would likely be offset by the significant strain Amazon's fleet of vehicles would place on our roadways. The long-term maintenance and repair costs would ultimately fall back on the taxpayers of this town. In contrast, rezoning this parcel to allow mixed-use development would offer a far more sustainable and community-focused return. Thoughtfully planned housing, retail, and local business space could generate meaningful tax relief while creating opportunities for residents to shop, dine, and live locally without further burdening our already congested downtown. Gorham is a small town, and we should be intentional about supporting small businesses and smart growth that aligns with our character and values. We also heard firsthand accounts from residents of other communities, including a Buxton resident who described how Amazon has historically promised one thing and delivered another. These stories are not isolated incidents and should serve as a serious red flag. Once a corporation of this magnitude establishes itself in a town, it becomes extremely difficult to reverse course. Additionally, Amazon's recent statement to News Channel 8 claiming that, and I quote, "To date, this project has been part of several official public forums and will continue to seek feedback from residents as we reach new milestones," end quote, is troubling. To my knowledge, there have been no official public forums with Amazon directly engaging our community, and this discrepancy alone should give the council pause and prompt careful reconsideration of whether this partnership is truly aligned with the best interests of Gorham residents. Now more than ever, our local leaders must be accountable for the decisions they make. When we know better, we do better. At this time, I struggle to see how this proposal benefits our town in the long term. I respectfully ask each council member who supports moving forward with this endeavor to clearly articulate reasons why you believe that moving forward is in our best interest. And finally, while we know that there is I wrote this down wrong. I think I wrote $150,000, but I think it's actually $135,000 payback penalty if we back out of our end of the deal. I know it may seem significant, but comparatively, I think it's small when weighed against the potential long-term financial, environmental, and community impact of this project. I respectfully urge you to reconsider moving forward with this partnership and to prioritize development that reflects the needs, values, and future vision of Gorham. Thank you for your consideration.
Good evening. My name is Dana Burley, 18-year resident of Gorham, live on Shamrock Drive. 6 years ago, several of us sat in the town manager's office to express our frustration over being left out of the loop relative to the town's purchase of land behind our Shamrock Drive. The purchase took place after a hastily organized referendum question attracting an extremely small percentage of Gorham's registered voters. We were assured we would be kept apprised and notified of any proceedings on major developments around this land, which would have impact on our properties. Now, 6 years later, again, without any notification or an opportunity to provide input or public comment, over 90 acres of land has been sold to a $2.5 trillion company who plans on building a 24/7 operation in a residential area adjacent to dozens of homes, nearby schools and bus stops, churches, businesses, and a major public safety building, turning the lives of many upside down. I've sent 3 letters to the town council, and of the members who voted on this purchase and sale, only Councilors Siegel and Sims have reached out to me to hear my concerns and our concerns. Councilor Hamlin, who was not on the council at the time of the sale, has also reached out. To say this is disappointing, given the magnitude of the situation and the potential impact on our neighborhood, would be an understatement. So I will use this forum to ask a few questions. How much research was done around Amazon facilities of this nature and their impact on towns, businesses, and residents? It was our understanding that some councilors went to look at other Amazon facilities, I was told by one of the former councilors. What were their findings, and why wasn't this made public? Were questions asked as to why Amazon would look to locate so far away from an interstate or major highway, or why would they would look to operate so close to residential neighborhoods? In my experience in working with Amazon, this is highly unusual. What kind of cost-benefit analysis was done prior to signing the purchase and sale? People who appear to be in favor of this project are convinced that there will be significant reductions in their taxes, and I sincerely doubt that. Do you know when you signed this agreement that this was going to be a 24/7 facility that would come with all the inherent issues of this type of operation? Do we have any knowledge of what Amazon's future plans are for the remainder of the unused land? Why did you feel the necessity to keep news of this potential partnership from the public by signing an NDA? Then, after engaging in a P&S, why did you feel it was not important to hear from the public before taking a vote, given the significance of this venture? We're now spending $2 million, and you've heard it before, on significant infrastructure improvements. Why wasn't this done previously to make this property more attractive to less intrusive types of investors or businesses? And how does this type of project align with the goals outlined by the council? I highlighted some of those. Build on our strengths and quality of life. Preserve and enhance the character of the town. Support economic development to preserve and enhance our rural character. Improve communications with the public. I would strongly argue that this project does not support these. In closing, let's not discuss the potential for mitigation around the project, as this is plain and simple a bad deal for Gorham, and one we will regret for years to come. I would be more than happy to take part in fundraising efforts to pay the penalty to back out of this deal. I'm also willing to offer to get involved with attracting more desirable and valued partners to this land who better fit our town's character and in return more to the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michael Connor. I live on Main Street, and I live with my son, who's a Gorham middle schooler. He's also, I also live with, his mom and her parents, who are a blended family. We moved to Gorham from South Portland 7 years ago, this July. South Portland, as many of you probably know, has the oil tanks. And I kind of think that this is another oil tank situation that Gorham will be faced with in the long term. The oil tanks are, nobody's claiming responsibility for those, and the city of South Portland is having to foot the costs of the environmental cleanup. Also, I would also, I'm not as well prepared as my predecessors who have very well prepared statements that I fully concur with regard to Amazon. I think that Gorham, as a small town, does not have any recourse when faced with one of the largest corporation in the world. They're going to have their way with us. What happens when they do slip up in regards to environmental, labor violations, et cetera? We don't have the resources or the funds to put up with that. I would also just say that if this is such a good idea, why not put this up to a full vote? The vote to rezone the land happened, as many people know, during a summer election, and Amazon's name was not on there. I know my family would not have probably moved there if we had been driving up the road from South Portland and saw a future site of Amazon distribution warehouse. So if this is really a vote, put it up to a vote, let the people decide. Put this on the midterm elections. There would be a guaranteed high turnout, and more residents will have their voice heard in this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ann Bilodeau, and I live on Shamrock Drive. I have lived on Shamrock Drive, it'll be 21 years this summer, and I'm asking you tonight, like others before me, to please not let Amazon come to town. Don't let it destroy the safety and well-being of the families who live on Shamrock Drive and Gateway Commons and other nearby neighborhoods. I spoke to you last month at the council meeting and quoted an article from Consumer Reports on a study that the University of Maryland did that concluded that communities that host delivery facilities end up being the losers. The town of Gorham will be a loser on this deal. We will get a huge increase in traffic on a road that already cannot handle the current volume it has. We will get more noise, light, and air pollution, and more pedestrian safety problems, especially with an elementary school within a mile of this proposed facility. This is not the right location for this type of business model. The University of Illinois in Chicago in 2023 conducted a national survey of Amazon workers at delivery facilities such as this, and they received responses from 1,484 employees across 42 states, and they found that 53% of those workers experienced food insecurity, 48% said they had trouble covering rent or housing costs, 56% said they can't pay their monthly bills in full. A research brief from the Harvard Kennedy School that was published just last October, in October of 2025, showed that hourly wages for Amazon delivery workers are much lower than at UPS and FedEx, and between lower wages, more unstable schedules, and fewer fringe benefits like health insurance, paid sick time, and paid vacation time, Amazon drivers struggle to make ends meet. This proposed development is being touted as good for Gorham's economic growth and that it will bring jobs to Gorham. Are those really the type of jobs that you believe are good for Gorham and that will stimulate economic growth in Gorham? These workers won't be able to afford to live in Gorham and will need lots of general assistance aid if they do choose to. And I know that many in Gorham believe that this facility will help diversify the property tax base and provide some relief for residents. That is not entirely true. A warehouse and a large parking lot do not add significant value to the tax roll. Ask an assessor in any town and they will tell you that. The calculations that many people have done show that this would only reduce property taxes by less than $60 annually. Many residents in Gorham have collected data that show that rezoning this land could bring in far more tax dollars than a warehouse and a parking lot. And now that the town is establishing the sewer line from Shamrock Drive to Mosher's Corner, this property could be a lot more attractive to many other developers. The comprehensive plan in Gorham is more than 10 years old and needs to be updated. Is industrial really the best use for this property, or is the town operating under ideas that are outdated? In conclusion, what does the town stand to get for reducing residents' tax bills by less than $60 annually? The town will get more traffic congestion, more noise pollution, more air pollution, more light pollution, and more vehicle and safety pedestrian issues. The town will get low-paying jobs that can't afford people a livable wage. The town will be reducing property values for residents that live near this development and negatively changing our safety and well-being. I ask you again, please do not bring Amazon to town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's David Mahoney. I live on Gateway Commons, and I've spoken before in front of this group in my opposition to Amazon for many of the reasons that were mentioned tonight. But I know that there's a purchase and sales agreement that right now it's in a 60-day extension from Amazon that's going to run out, I think, in April. I would ask the council not to extend if Amazon doesn't come back in that 60 days, because I think that will get us out of that $35,000 obligation. And even if they come in before that, I would ask that you don't do Amazon a favor and let them come to our town, because they don't answer to our town, they answer to their shareholders. And our town is just a footprint that they will use to step over us and do what they want to do for shareholder value. And I'm sure I had something else to say, and I have 3 minutes, so I'll ponder for a moment. I don't have notes. The many issues that were mentioned already about traffic. There's going to be pollution with the 50. They have a setup for 50 vehicles in a loading dock, 50 vehicles in a queue. One of the spokespeople said that Amazon has a no idling policy. Can you tell me that when it's 0 degrees out and they're queued up waiting to get loaded, they're not going to be running their vehicles? It's going to be 100 vehicles running emissions right near our neighborhood. Beyond the traffic, the lighting, the environmental issue, I've written to the state EPA about the concern about that 500-plus parking lot for vans, and it's right next to a wetland in a low area of property that already gets drainage off of Route 25. I don't see how that can be approved as is. And I won't go on, but I hope that you take this opportunity, which I would hope you look at it as an opportunity to do a better thing for the town residents than what's on board right now. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Lauren Panett. I live on County Road. A lot of people talked about Amazon tonight, and I am also here to talk about Amazon, but more from my personal experience. I moved up to the beautiful state of Maine in 2017 from Delaware, and I've seen what Amazon can do to a small rural town. They moved into Middletown, Delaware in 2012. A small town with a tiny main street, lots of farmland, and just back roads. And that town has exploded after Amazon came in. A bunch of other farmland was sold to chains, and I'm scared that's going to happen here. That once we let one big commercial facility in, other big names will be coming. And now my town in Delaware deals with stop-to-stop traffic for hours. And I know you guys already have traffic issues. And they're actually getting a new facility, another Amazon facility that's 3 times the size, going near the one that they've already built. And most of their facilities deal with robotics now. So I know a lot of people say jobs, but all their new facilities they use a good portion of robotics for work to be done. I just don't see any positives. You know, I moved into this town and I moved to Maine, and you guys have all this natural beauty. You have this beautiful small town and community, and I would rather see people support their neighbors. I'd rather people see supporting local businesses and not people that are just here for profit. We're not going to feel any of that, whatever he makes. It's not going to come back into our community. It's just going to go to Jeff Bezos. It's going to go to billionaires. I even worked at the Amazon facility when it opened in Delaware. And believe me, I got out as soon as I can because the work conditions are poor and there's mandatory overtime. So I really hope you guys hear us tonight and really consider how you want your town to move forward. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Valinda Elwell. I've lived in this area for 15 years. I'm on the Sebago Lake Road. I feel that right now your best opportunity to pull out of this contract is now, today. They've already gone past their 60-day deadline, and I mean, they've already gone past their 6-month deadline, and now they're into a 60-day extension. If you still owe the money to get out of this contract, start a GoFundMe. I'll donate the first $100 to that tomorrow. I feel that you should pull out of the contract, the already expired offer with Amazon, change your classification of the property away from the industrial zoning to a mixed rural development. The town could sell a portion of the wetlands to some type of a property preservation. Preserve that. That's wildlife. That you don't replace that. Once that's gone, it's gone. Don't destroy it. The amount of property taxes that could potentially be collected by doing this would far exceed what they would be able to collect from the Amazon warehouse. I've heard a potential figure for their tax revenue of $150,000. $150,000 in tax revenue is nothing. The $2 million that we're spending to put the sewer in, how many years is it going to take to pay that back? I see zero benefits even for Amazon to locate that warehouse here. At one point, I was working for Goodwill in Gorham. I had to go to the post office after work. I was stuck in traffic for 45 minutes. I went through the back way, the rotary, and coming up into Gorham. 45 minutes. Once I'm stuck, I'm stuck. Is Amazon going to want to have all of their traffic stuck for 45 minutes? I don't believe so. And even going the other way, I've worked in the Portland area, going through Westbrook. Are you guys considering Westbrook at all? Because that wear and tear of those tractor-trailer trucks 24 hours a day is going to wear their roads out too, and those taxpayers are not going to be happy with us for allowing this beast to come into the town. This is a nice little town. Keep it a nice little town. I did some number crunching just because I wanted to know what could we do different. So say like an average house built today is a $600,000 house in Gorham. The average tax pay bill for a $600,000 house is $9,000 in taxes. If you had a developer come in, you changed that classification to mixed rural, even if you only had 17 house lots put in that location, that equals what Amazon would be paying, the $153,000 tax bill that Amazon would be paying. And then you'd have a nice little residential area that people can afford to live, growing your community. Those people are going to spend money in your town, in your businesses. It's on the other side of the bottleneck. You're not in the middle of the bottleneck that's in Amazon. And even if, like, the Roby Street, I was kind of against that, but looking into that guy is saving 50-something acres of land as wildlife preservation. He's going to put trails through there. That's pretty cool. I like that. As a family, I would want to raise my family there. They're going to draw nice families to this area. You put Amazon in there, you've got a beast, and once you get that beast in there, no matter how many rules and regulations you put in place, they're going to do whatever they want to do. They are going to decimate our town, and we don't have the financial resources to stop them. They've got lawyers. Can we afford all these corporate lawyers fighting what they want to do? They're just going to do whatever they want to do. So here's your chance. Stop it in its tracks, rezone it. If you have to put a GoFundMe page out, put it on the Gorham Scoop. I guarantee I'll work my butt off. I'll go door to door and knock on people's doors to get people to pay whatever you have to pay for a fine to get out of this. Get out of it. Stop it today, please.
My name's Adam Hasty. I live right across the street in Gateway Commons. My family has for the last 25 years. Amazon claims this is a last mile facility. In 2026, last mile is synonymous with prime air. Amazon is currently launching drone hubs in Chicago and Arizona from the exact same footprint that we see here for this. These drones weigh over 80 pounds and produce a constant high frequency whine. I'm asking the council tonight, will you enact an immediate ordinance prohibiting commercial drone launch and recovery in this zone? If Amazon has no plans for drones, they shouldn't object. If they do object, then they've just admitted their true intent for our neighborhood's airspace. Furthermore, look at the utility requests. This facility is requesting massive power and water capacity that far exceeds package storage. Across the country, Amazon has pivoted, failed, or delayed warehouse sites into data centers or sorting centers that run 24/7 with industrial-scale cooling fans. Our current noise ordinances are not equipped for the low-frequency hum of a data center or the constant beeping of delivery vans. We need an emergency moratorium on new high-intensity industrial uses until our performance standards are updated to include strict decibel limits at the property line, not just during the day, but also at 3 a.m. If this project is as neighborhood-friendly as they say, let's put in writing. No drones, no 24/7 outdoor sorting, and no conversion to data processing. If they won't agree to that, then they shouldn't get the permit. I'd like to formally request that prohibition of aerial distribution be added as a condition of approval for the site plan. It forces them to record the request. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'm Tom Johnson. I live at 187 Flaggy Meadow Road. Looking at the plan, it really doesn't make any sense for Amazon. At the Gorham United meeting, we were shown aerial photos of other Amazon warehouse locations. And I went afterwards and looked online, and it really confirmed that most warehouses are built within 1 or 2 miles of a major interchange in areas that are largely rural. This is the exact opposite. And what other people have said tonight, I didn't even realize, is that once Amazon owns the property, they can change their plans. They can do whatever they want. It makes no sense for them why they're locating here. Their own vehicles are going to create huge traffic jams, which already exist. And the very close proximity to the big electrical place there makes you wonder about a data center or what exactly will they do with this property once they own it. The real problem is that Gorham doesn't really know. We're all talking about this warehouse and traffic. We really don't know what they're going to do. Like people have mentioned, it should be spelled out. It should be locked in at the very least. I'd like to see if they backpedal. And they most certainly will. They're not going to agree to anything. And that tells you something. I just flat out don't trust Amazon. It's a lousy plan. It's a lousy plan for them. And that should raise serious red flags. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Emily, and I live on Flaggy Meadow Road in Gorham. I've attended the last 2 council meetings and have heard many strong and thoughtful reasons about why an Amazon warehouse would be harmful to our community. But it stuck out to me that until tonight, I hadn't heard much about what we could do instead. And it doesn't make sense to walk away from a deal unless we have a better path forward. At last week's meeting hosted by Gorham United, and I'd like to thank the councilors who attended, we learned this land sat unsold for almost 6 years by the time Amazon finally made an offer. But the reasons it sat so long are pretty clear in hindsight. It was zoned industrial only, put on the market right before COVID hit, and had no sewer or water access, which all combined to limit its potential. Today, that's changed. It's my understanding that Gorham is moving forward with a sewer extension along Main Street, allowing for the connection of that parcel to sewer and water, and the town has the authority to rezone this parcel for housing or mixed use. This site is near a school, a nature preserve, a watershed, and sits directly on the Metro line. That makes it ideal not for a warehouse, but for a thoughtfully designed pocket community. Small businesses on the ground floor, housing above. We've seen developments like Junction Bowl generate significantly more tax revenue per acre than large-scale warehouses, while also creating vibrant, walkable neighborhoods. Gorham needs housing. Gorham needs sustainable tax revenue. Let's not settle for a single-use warehouse when we have the opportunity to create something that better serves our community long-term. Whether we pay a penalty to back out of the deal, pass ordinances that make the deal less desirable to Amazon, or Amazon walks away on their own, we should recognize there is a better long-term vision for this land that serves Gorham's future, and I urge you all to do everything you can to steer us in that direction. Thanks.
Vice Chair Siegel, honorable councilors. I'm Sam Purinton. I'm at 184 South Street. Before coming to the meeting tonight, I looked in the agenda and saw that there were very worthwhile land use ordinances that were on the agenda to minimize the impact of industry development on the residents. But I wanted to say that passing ordinances such as those on the agenda tonight are not enough because they need enforcement. Enforcement requires ongoing political will, even as the composition of the council changes year over year. Amazon is the 5th biggest company in the world by market capitalization, and Gorham is governed by a board of volunteers. They're very highly capable volunteers, but volunteers nonetheless, who have full-time jobs in their own lives that they live. I worry that the political will to enforce the ordinances like the ones that will be passed tonight, will one day wane, and Amazon will push the boundary further and further until one day the ordinances are but words on a piece of paper. We cannot take on the risk of having Amazon as a neighbor, and I encourage the town council to do whatever it can to ensure that doesn't happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anya Fetcher. I am a resident of Westbrook. I live on Laurie Lane, just off of New Portland Road. And I'm here today to ask you to consider your neighbors in Westbrook, as was previously mentioned. I appreciate that. First and foremost, I also want to add that I'm in my work, I am the federal policy advocate at the Natural Resources Council of Maine. I'm not here to represent them, but and I'm here on a personal matter, but as a resident of Westbrook. But in my work, I do a lot of research and tracking of air quality standards and whatnot, and I see a lot of information about the harms that air pollution can have, in particular diesel fumes from trucks and cars. So one of the things that I'm most concerned about, living right almost along where these big 18-wheelers are likely to go past, not only that, but the additional cars, are the diesel engines. Diesel engines, particularly older ones, produce significantly more soot and fine particulate matter, which are known human carcinogens, and they contribute to poor air quality. In addition, nitrous oxides are emitted in far more higher levels from diesel engines, and this leads to smog and respiratory problems. So an increased number of these diesel engines going back and forth is just going to contribute to our smog and soot pollution. Additionally, I'm a person who likes to walk and bike into downtown Westbrook, and the idea that there might be big trucks barreling through is really concerning to me. Overall, I think we've also seen a lot of Amazon putting profits over people. So I'm going to echo that the concern that Amazon may not keep its word about what's happening. Overall, I just want to ask that you consider your neighbors in Westbrook who, as was said earlier, are only going to see the harms, and we're not going to get any of the even potentially small benefits, and to consider your neighbors next door. And I urge you to withdraw this opportunity for Amazon to come into our homes. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Luca Sharp. I live over at 41 Oakwood Drive, in between the high school and the middle school.
And in addition to agreeing with what everyone else has been saying about Amazon, I'd like to register my moral and ethical objection to providing material support to the furtherance of monopoly, which only ever concentrates money at the very top of companies and never within the public at large. Monopolies are inimical to living wages and the establishment, sustainability, and growth of small and local businesses, as well as stifling what we are meant to hold as the highest principle of our valued free market, competition and choice. If we want a lasting community, a strong society, and a resilient economy, we must oppose monopolies like Amazon. And from a personal standpoint, I would also like to speak on Gorham as a rural town. My family are long-term residents here, though I had to spend a portion of my youth away from it. I always wanted to come back home. I returned here 3 years ago after the pandemic from the outskirts of DC. And down in Maryland, I had to drive through a lot of industrial and commercial areas. And just the feeling of it was always, always wrong. The relief of being able to move back here, back home, was immense. I love Gorham for the stands of the trees and the small town character and the ease of access from this point to the more developed Portland and coastal areas, as well as the less developed and more natural areas further inland. But even with my desire to return here, if there had been an Amazon warehouse, I don't think it would have ever felt like coming home. So I would like to add my voice to the others who want this town to back out of the Amazon deal.
Thank you.
Good evening, councilors. Mike D'Arcanzo. I live off of Day Road now. So you've heard an awful lot about Amazon, and I appreciate you all still actively listening in spite of all you've heard. I just want to point out that if we have to eat this thing and pay $150,000, I just did a quick calculation, and if we put that in entirely in the budget this year, I believe it would increase the mill rate by about 5 cents, which on a house with a tax value of $450,000 comes up with about $22 for the whole year, a couple bucks a month, which I think, to me, is a real bargain to not have all the issues that we've heard about regarding Amazon. Amazon certainly has unique characteristics that make it a huge issue. Poor employee relations, which is why they're trying to unionize in many areas, and when they do, Amazon closes the place down. Uncaring, powerful corporation that this town would have to deal with. And someone else already mentioned corporate attorneys. Are we going to be able to fight with them? However, I do think Amazon is a subset of a larger issue here in Gorham, and that is overdevelopment in general. Back in the days of the beginning of the industrial park, development made a lot of sense. It really helped residential tax base. I think certainly councils in the past, and I certainly believe this council, has pretty much always looked out for the good of the town residents. However, I think we've kept that same mindset without really thinking about how much development is beginning to change the nature of our town. And we're not alone. I read recently citizens in Scarborough are very concerned about the level of development there as well. I also believe most current Gorham residents are concerned about the level of development, which to me was evidenced by the connector meeting, how many people attended that, and the recent Thursday night Amazon meeting. Great attendance, and people seemed very, very concerned, and a lot of people attended on a cold winter night. Where I live, we have a game preserve. In my neighborhood, most people are concerned about the fact that it doesn't seem like our zoning ordinance, our comprehensive plan, does anything to protect that. We have some huge developments, the golf course, Roby, that are sort of impacting that whole thing. There has to be some development, but not so large. Time to relook at the comprehensive plan and find ways to prevent or to help development in such ways that preserve our rural character. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Miles Smith. I'm from Portland. Sorry. Even worse, I grew up in Cumberland. Sorry again. That joke worked better on Thursday. You guys all heard it, maybe. So I work on transportation, housing policy issues, and my friends in Gorham asked me to take a look at this project from a transportation perspective. And what I saw at this site is so much different from what Amazon does at other last mile fulfillment centers in New York, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Texas, Chicago. Everywhere I was looking, they put these things right next to the highway entrance and exit, which makes perfect sense, right? You want to get in and out as quickly as possible. The site you have is 5 miles away from the highway, and the trucks would have to go through dense neighborhoods, cities, places where kids are trying to get to school, where we're supposed to be putting in a bus rapid transit line to connect Gorham with Portland. I did not see a single example of a site at the edge of a village where you'd have to drive through some other downtown to get to the highway. So that was one set of questions I had. The second set of questions I had was just looking at 175 employees, and they have a plan for a 1,000 space parking lot. No one goes there to shop. It works 24 hours a day. Even if they have some gig workers coming and going to deliver packages, they don't park. They come in, they pick up, they go. So why do they need a 1,000 space parking lot? And I thought about Amazon. I thought about what else Amazon is doing, and what would you need for infrastructure if you wanted to site a data center. You need high-tension electricity lines, which are exactly adjacent to that site. You need backup electricity. Right next to this site is the largest battery storage energy facility in New England that just opened 2 months ago, I think. You'd need access to fiber optic line. It runs right down the street from this location. You would need water. It is on top of one of the main lines connecting Sebago Lake to Portland. You would need sewer for all the wastewater. And the sewer line goes under the Crosstown Trail and directly from that site to the Westbrook water treatment plant, which is already at capacity. So I don't know why they need a 1,000 space parking lot. I don't know why they need to buy 92 acres of your land to build a 3-acre fulfillment center, but I do know some other things that they could put at that site, and I would be very interested to find out if this is their long-term plan, because you guys should know if that's what they actually want to do before you approve something now. And long-term, get a process together where the public can tell you what it is that they do want. You have a very difficult job. You have everybody giving you different things. I want development. I want no development. I want parks. It's very hard. I get it. But having a process where people can actually give their input to what they want will get you to a good result. And right now, you're at risk of having one that's really just divisive and leaves everybody upset. So those are my suggestions. Thank you.
Hello. Mitchell Buxton here. So from Michigan originally, and lived right across the street from a Ford plant, and it had 24 hours. And I woke up many times at 3 o'clock in the morning when all the trucks were leaving, and at 4 o'clock in the morning when all the trucks were coming in, and at 11 o'clock at night, and at 7 at night, and as well, that street had holes in it that you could lay in completely. I actually have a photo of me completely disappeared in the hole with my hand sticking out. And they never ever took care of any of that. That was on the town. And I just feel like, hearing the beeping off in the distance, it's just, I think all of this seems really clear. Somebody else said something about wildlife, and I think we should all just get outside more and take that GoFundMe that hopefully they just back out completely and you don't have to pay any money. We take that GoFundMe and we build boardwalks through all that area, and really just, regardless, we should just create some funds, because I feel like more and more at this day and age, people are caring more about what really fuels our hearts and takes care of us and do the right things to get out there in nature and to breathe the fresh air. it's meaning more than just a hit on Amazon when we get that package and we get Christmas every single day. It's like, let's let go of Christmas, you guys, and just walk right into nature. And you'll be really surprised what you'll just be forced to learn from her. And she'll just do really amazing things to you. So, yeah. You know? Feel complete. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to make this short and sweet. I'm Michelle from Buxton. And I think we're at a really, really critical time right now, just in life and society and the future that we're choosing. And so I just come here to ask you to consider the two voices that massively will suffer the consequences of our choices today. And that is our future generations and the world that they live in, and Mother Nature, who also doesn't get a voice here at the podium today. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to follow up on a few points. Last week I asked what limitations...
Name and address, please.
What?
Name and address,
Oh,
please.
sorry. Rachel Bonnell, Buck Street.
Thank you.
Gorham. I asked last week what limitations were placed on Amazon for what they can do with that land. Didn't really get an answer, but if an AI center were to go in there, I truly believe it would destroy this town environmentally. If you look into a town called New Carlisle, Indiana, there is a lot of information about how their agricultural, their farmland has been destroyed. And I'm very scared. So I'd like to know a little bit more about what restrictions have been placed on Amazon if this deal goes through. And I would love to rezone the area and get rid of Amazon, make it look as ugly as possible to them, or just pull out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Catherine Atwood. Lifelong mailing address of 293 North Gorham Road and second address in the west end of Portland, Maine. And I hate speaking in front of crowds, so we'll just have to be patient again. Really gets my heart beating. But it speaks to how much I care about this issue that I came back and I'm weathering the flashbacks I had of being a Gorham school child doing plays on that stage behind you all. Been here a long time. I won't tell you what year. Okay. But I really care about this issue, and I've been thinking really hard about how you know the difference. If people just come out to complain about any issue, you could be doing the most amazing thing possible for the town of Gorham, and someone would not want you to do it, and they would come and complain. How do you tell? How would you know? And in some ways, there's no perfect formula for vetting a situation or a project, and that's part of why we have a town council. We trust you in your judgment. However, in this case, there were a couple things that I thought maybe are different in how we tell the difference. One might be, have any serious federal lawsuits ever been brought against the corporation that wants to come into your town, our town, the town that I love? And I'm not sure how many people are aware that in September of last year, the Federal Trade Commission settled a historic lawsuit against Amazon for enrolling millions of consumers in Prime subscriptions without their consent and knowingly making it difficult for consumers to cancel. And after a months, years-long process through different administrations, they finally got Amazon to settle this lawsuit, the greatest amount in history, $1 billion in civil penalties, and then another $1 billion to settle for their extremely continuously deceptive practices with their consumers, with hardworking people. It says the evidence showed that Amazon used sophisticated subscription traps designed to manipulate consumers into enrolling in Prime and then made it exceedingly hard for consumers to end their subscriptions. They charged Amazon and Amazon executives with knowingly misleading millions of consumers. It was a historic monetary judgment, the largest penalty ever in an FTC rule violation. So I wonder if we think this corporation is really coming in good faith as someone we can trust, when legally there's plenty of evidence that they knowingly mislead consumers and they fraudulently deceive in every step of the way. I'm not sure if you're also aware, this week, the state of California, the Attorney General has filed another lawsuit against Amazon, an antitrust case. I know California wants to sue everyone for everything, but this one seemed like potentially there was some meat behind it. And the Attorney General, brought the case against Amazon for inflating prices for consumers through an alleged campaign to bully merchants not to sell goods more cheaply elsewhere. His quote, "We welcome companies that succeed by offering better prices and better services. What we have here with Amazon is a greedy behemoth corporation, intentionally increasing prices in the marketplace to get richer and richer off the backs of consumers." That's an ongoing lawsuit right now. I think it's hard to imagine that a company that has shown us who they are, that proves that they deceive, isn't doing the same thing here. So we'll finish. I had 3 comments by neighbors. One I can submit to the council, who lives 2 minutes down the road, urging the council to take any action you possibly can to reconsider this. And the fundraising, I pledge at least $1,000 to get you all started, and potentially a lot more, to back out whatever we can do. Now's the time. It's a bad deal. My last neighbor we asked down the road, Gorham resident, I asked her if she could sum up her comments. I won't say it, I had to edit it. Her comment was, F Amazon. So just say the sentiment out there is that we support you in knowing consumers are deceived, and that's what's happening here. They put a good deal in front of us, and really great intentioned people making really great decisions, and these people, they fraudulently manipulate the people they're trying to work with. And we have a chance, we have an amazing window to back out,
Please
and
wrap
now's
it
the
up.
chance to do it. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Heidi Noyce, and I live on Dolph Road. And I agree with everything that's been said. I can't add any more to it, but I would like to know how many people here are opposed to Amazon and want the town to back out of this deal. How many? And some people have left. So, okay, I just want you to be aware of how many people are very concerned about this. So thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Clayton Lubia, lived in this town for 35 years. I think Amazon should be built here. The reason I think it should be built, one thing, we've owned that property for too long. We're paying a big mortgage on it. We have a chance to get some money coming back in instead of just dishing out. You people talking all this GoFundMe and go whatever, why didn't you buy that property yourselves? If you were so worried about it, why didn't you buy that property yourselves? As far as the noise, here's everybody noise. You think you're going to quiet this town down because without that? I'm not much of a speaker, but I want to tell you my opinion. And you people just move to this town, want to change it, you're wrong.
Sir,
Let it live.
please address the council.
What's that?
Please address us, the council.
Well, I want them to hear it too, because half of them really don't, you know. And are you the counselor guy that was at that meeting the other night?
I was.
Okay. I don't know why you were there. I think you should be neutral in this whole deal. But like I said, I think it's a good deal for the town. I don't see any real bad deals. They're all just judging Amazon. They don't know for facts. They get on their phones and read whatever. You can put anything on there. Half of it isn't true. You know, I don't know if it is or not, but I know it isn't. And you people gotta let them go. Let them build it. They want to put something else there. They own the property. We don't. The town should have never got in the business of real estate to start with. Now again, we got a chance to get out of it. Get out of it. And sell it to Amazon as quick as you can. That's all I got to say, and I hope you listen, and that's the story. Have a good night.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else before we close public comment? people speak once, unfortunately. Okay, we're gonna close public comment, and I'm also going to let Chair Phillips back into the spot.
Point of order. I'm going to go grab my water. Be right back.
Vice Chair Siegel for filling in for me. Apologies for being late. I will go back and watch the beginning of the meeting to hear all the comment that was made tonight. So we are going to now move on to Councilor Communications. We'll have the town manager's report. I did send the school committee chair home because the roads are pretty bad, and we can just accept her report. We all have a copy. We'll put it in the minutes so that she didn't have to wait. And then I do want to let the council know that we had our executive session was a scheduled time for a Zoom meeting with our attorney, and the meeting is going to be, the time is at 8:30. And so we'll have to take an item out of order. We'll vote on that around 8:30 to take it out of order, and then proceed to do that. If we don't do it tonight, we'll have already paid for the attorney's time. So then we will come out of executive session. It shouldn't take long, and then we'll come back into chambers and reconvene the meeting. Publics, just so you're aware. All right, so we'll move on to Councilor Communications. Councilor Sims?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did just want to quickly mention for the residents that showed up on Ballpark Road, they mentioned the Capital Improvements Committee. Sounded like they wanted to provide some input. We're actually still we're going to have to reschedule the date for the next meeting, so it might fall into early April, but please stay tuned and we'll get that rescheduled soon. Thank you.
Nothing to report.
Thank you very much. I do my best not to reply directly to public comment. We're not supposed to. I did want to address as Ordinance Committee Chair a couple of items that are at the Ordinance Committee. Wait, please don't leave and listen. The sprinkler item that is currently sitting at the Ordinance Committee is we are moving it to the council in pieces, and so I understand a prior councilor's issue about inequity, and the hope is that we move the rest of the item. We just wanted to move government a little faster than slow as molasses. So things are coming, and the hope is the end result is an equal one. The other one I want to address is we have a current item at the Ordinance Committee for banning data centers in Gorham. However, as many people might imagine, it's not as simple as us just saying data centers aren't allowed. That doesn't quite work. We need more specific language, so that's still at the committee, but that has already made its first step past the council. That was actually a few months ago. Lastly, I want to acknowledge there were a few comments about counselors going to an Amazon facility. I want to be very clear, no counselors went to an Amazon facility. That was all town staff that went. That was just the town staff doing their due diligence. No counselors went at all. Yeah, that's all of the items for me. Thank you, Chair.
Willis.
Thank you. I want to echo one thing that Councilor Siegel said, and I've got two other points on there. Complete agreement that there was not a counselor that I'm aware of that went. Someone may have gone on their own time, but certainly not together. There's been no special meetings that I've been a part of on my time on council that were not outside of executive session and properly noticed. So I completely understand finding fault in the wisdom of some of the decisions that maybe we make, but when you attack the integrity of the people that sit up here, I take that pretty hard, and I know how hard the other six counselors up here work to do the job that we do, and so that was just something that I needed to touch on. Sewer has been talked about a lot. I did attend the meeting last week, and that sewer Main Street infrastructure.
I just want to make it clear that there is sewer to that parcel on the backside on Hutchison Drive. So what has happened, or what happened last month, truly had nothing to do with Amazon. One of the reasons that I voted for it, and I apologize, Chair, for going in on this, but it was $1 million cheaper than the second alternative. So we had 5 bids on the project. It was $1 million cheaper. So when you say, why did we choose that contractor I'm sure would be happy now that the bids are unsealed to come back and give us a higher price, but we don't want to do that. So that was my reason for supporting that. And then same, when you go back to the beginning of this, I was not on council at the time, but I can remember there was an RFP for the realtor that was selected. There was a process that was in place. My experience during my time on the council has been everything that we've done has had a process as a part of it. Again, you can attack certain votes, you can attack certain decisions, but there has been a process in place for all of those. On a much lighter note, last week I had a chance to attend a GDC tour of microwave technologies in our industrial park, along with members of town staff, GDC, and the school department. I just want to take a minute to thank the business for hosting us. It was a really valuable tour to see some of the businesses that exist in our park, and really valuable connections were made between staff, the business, and the schools. And then just a reminder for people, there's a finance committee meeting tomorrow at 3:30. We'll be holding our regular finance committee meeting, followed by a special joint school committee and town council finance committee meeting to discuss fiscal sustainability, the report's findings, and begin implementing that plan. The joint meeting is scheduled for 4:15 in conference room A, and I look forward to seeing everybody there.
Councilor Hamblin?
Yes, thank you. I really didn't have any items, but listening to Councilor Willis, there's a lot of people asking about Amazon, and there's a lot of maybe lack of communication, miscommunication, misunderstanding. I mean, would it be appropriate for the town council or somebody at some point to address some of these things, like the sewer, the sidewalks, the timing of the sewer and things like that, just so people in the town are aware of what we're thinking or where we're going, instead of them just kind of filling in the quiet time with whatever they're creating in their, fantasy world or my world or whatever that may be. But, it's a big item. A lot of people asking questions. Should we just be a little more proactive communicating to everybody with concerns?
I will speak to that really quickly, that communication obviously has been one of our goals and things like that. I think that staff has been behind the scenes working on getting more information out in terms of projects, and I think that's why we have like a workshop scheduled for more information about what we're doing, and we're actually going to be trying to work on that. I have some suggestions at budget time around communication, but I think that's a good idea. Thank you. Bush.
Yes. A couple of things. I know that we're accepting the school committee report, but I would like to highlight a couple of things, if that's okay. I did go to, speaking of hardworking volunteer people, the school budget workshops are on Monday nights this month, depending on if they run out of Monday nights. I think we have 5 possible. Normally, the meetings would be upstairs, but the next Monday meeting, March 9th, is at Village Elementary School, because the school committee, I think wisely, invites a tour of each building during the budget process. And we've already had workshops at the high school and the middle school. And just another plug for the school committee, when people are talking about $150,000 being a drop in the bucket, if you could see the blood, sweat, and tears that go through $15,000, $5,000 in the school budgets, please pay attention if this is important to you. And I want to tie that into the report that I've now heard twice from the GADI group, the Gorham Action Team for Youth Presentation. And I am a little embarrassed, I think, that it's less than 60% of our youth that think that someone in town thinks that they're important. So let's be proactive here as well. And please pay attention to the upcoming school budget information.
you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In no particular order, came up tonight, but just an update for the traveling public. There is sewer main construction on Main Street happening right now. This was on my list, promise, ahead of time. But I will say that I think we have a link out. The public can have access to those bid documents, what that entailed, and that project has been, optimistically, we've been pursuing that for 6 or 7 years at this point. The other thing I'll tack on to just projects information in the town is we have a tremendous staff that is available at any time for any member of the public to make an appointment, send an email. I've got X question, can you give me as much information as possible on it? And you'd be surprised how much they can convey. So I encourage everyone to take advantage of our staff. Also down in Mosher's Corner, we have a pedestrian and signal crossing with a sidewalk. That is a PACS project, Portland Area Comprehensive Transportation System, where we have a 50-50 grant with them to extend the sidewalks. The bid information on that is also available online with a local contractor being the low bidder. Just a side note, if anybody's coming into the building later this month, the code office is getting new carpet, which means taking out all the furniture, tearing the whole office apart. It's been there for about 20 years. And we'll be relocating that office with the assessing office. They'll be, I think, in the conference room down the hall in the building. Roads are currently posted in Gorham for the spring thaw. I do want to thank our Public Works Department. Probably the public couldn't see, but they were out shoveling the sidewalks a little while ago. I could see them out there working. They're out on the roads while we're in here this evening. Also, our box culverts that were approved by the voters last fall will be have DEP requirements, so that's why we can't just put the things in as soon as. But Buck Street that was washed out and is no longer passable, that one will be installed on or after July 15th. And that's all.
Take up an item until we get closer to.
Public hearing number 1 on item 2025-6-5. Public hearing to hear comments on a proposal to amend the land use and development to allow driveway curb cuts to access accessory.
All right, public hearing number 1 is now open. If anyone has any comments on this item, please come to the podium. We'll close the public hearing.
To allow driveway curb cuts to access accessory dwelling units. Certain conditions are met as follows.
Motion to waive the reading due to length?
Second. Motion, all those in favor of waiving the reading? Sorry. Yes, and a motion for the item itself?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will say the public can't see this, but a lot of our mics are held together with tape. And the folks in GoCam actually have a project to replace these. You would not believe how expensive this project is, but they're working on that and they do the best with what they have. This is essentially, prior to this coming back to the council, if you had an accessory dwelling unit, you were not allowed another driveway or curb cut entrance. This, with specific requirements, allows that to take place. You can't have it everywhere in town. It has to be approved by the Public Works Director. But what we were seeing as ADUs were built throughout Gorham, where there were some instances where a second driveway would make sense and service that ADU, and then there was others not make sense. So hopefully, I think the Ordinance Committee and the Planning Board took a crack at this and set some parameters for that to happen. Thank you.
Questions, comments?
I still don't like it. I still don't think it's right. I don't think I'm convincing anyone, but I just want that known.
Could I ask, why do you think it's not right?
I think, thank you very much. ADUs are built to be accessory. You can have a driveway with the house that's already there and you can walk to the ADU, but by allowing a curb cut and a driveway, we're basically just allowing another house to be built. And we have other ordinances, we have a backlot ordinance, we have other stuff in place to do that. I think this kind of really muddies the water of ADU, but I'm understanding and being outvoted.
Questions, comments? All those in favor? All those opposed? Councilor Sims?
Public hearing number 2 on item 2024-11-9. Public hearing to hear comment on a proposed vacant abandoned buildings ordinance, administrator sponsored.
All right, public hearing number 2 is now open. If anyone wants to speak on this item, please come to the podium. No one, the public hearing's closed.
Proposed order 26-23, order that the town council approve the proposed vacant abandoned buildings ordinance as follows.
Motion to waive the reading due to length.
Second.
All those in favor of waiving the reading? Motion for the item?
So moved.
Second, by Councilor Sims.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will take full responsibility for this one. So, as the council's aware from the minute or from my notes, this originally was slated to come back to the council, I believe, in August of last year. And we will often, the chair and I, hold back items that are less of a priority if there's other major items on an agenda. So it was held back, I believe, for August or September. Then we had a transition of councils and back for the holidays and are in March, then it's before you. Essentially, what this does is creates a mechanism for if the town is aware of a unoccupied or abandoned building or structure to seek out a permit and try to mitigate the aware of the situation as best as possible. I could tell you from at the town staff level, it's not like we're going to be hunting these things down, and I don't necessarily know if this was the full intention when this was submitted to the ordinance committee, but it does create a mechanism to focus on rundown abandoned buildings and try to mitigate that.
When I read through this, I didn't see anything about property taxes being overdue. So this really has nothing to do if they're paying taxes or not?
Correct. And it could be that the taxes are being paid, or it could be that the taxes are not being paid. If they're not being paid, we're more than likely in a situation eventually probably that we have foreclosed on. That would probably be the mechanism for the town to, and we've seen this before. We've seen rundown properties that are abandoned. They are a hazard to the neighbors and the general public. The town will offload those properties. It's not always a pleasant process, and get rid of them. But I think this would be more for if the taxes are being paid, or if it is probably the more ideal scenario that would happen.
So my second question, I think you already addressed, I mean, how are we going to identify these? I mean, are you envisioning the code officer, the policeman driving around looking for lawns not being mowed and shutters falling off doors?
No. I think to answer your question, it would likely come in through the form of a complaint, or we may have an issue with the police department, kids breaking into a building, somebody breaking in, squatters. I think that's the avenue that most likely this would come to the attention of staff in the code office.
Okay, so it's not going to be a new initiative to drive every road. It's going to be, as we become aware of situations, we'll address them.
I will say that the code office has plenty of work, and they're not driving around with blinders on, but they're not out searching actively for any violations unless brought to their attention, or they notice it.
And one last question. So I think if this happens, you put a sign on the front door as part of the ordinance. So when I look at that, if somebody's driving around town looking for a house to rob or to steal copper, they're going to look for that sign and go, boom, abandoned house. We can do what we want. I'm a little concerned with kind of highlighting these type of properties for the wrong kind of people.
Thank you. I think for the sake of, if the council is generally supportive of the concept, the logistics of property could be handled between the code office and the police department, not to attract attention. They don't want that attention, I'm sure. Hear that out. My gut reaction is probably we're already to the point where it's been broken into, and that's why we're there.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
I would just make a note on that as well, that often some of these abandoned properties, maybe the foreclosure process has happened on the bank end, and so potentially the bank is paying the taxes, and most bank practices, they are posting that property as well. So it's not uncommon to see a foreclosure or see something that's been foreclosed on by the bank. It's posted, it's notified, there's insurance labels and all kinds of other things on that. So we may just be another tag on the door versus really the beacon that's sending the signal of what's happening there.
Right, and at this time, I would, actually, we could probably fit in the appointments. Yep, all right.
Item 2026 3-1, action to consider 2026-2027 board and committee appointments, committees. Proposed order 2624, order that the town council make appointments to various boards and committees as recommended by the appointments committee at their meeting 10th, 2026 as follows.
Stop there, not read it? Is that what we're saying?
Waive the reading.
I mean, yep, if you want to do that. Yep, okay. Waive the reading due to the length.
Second.
All those in favor? And a motion on the item?
I'd like to make a motion.
Second? Second by Counselor Sims. I don't know if you have anything to say. This is obviously a long list. We've filled all the positions, so.
Yes, I would just like to say that this is a process where we take applications and we do interviews and we have people second in line. It's an annual, April 1st is the beginning of a term. We try to stagger 1 year, 2 year, and 3 year terms. So we really appreciate people that have put their names in, and you might get a call. If you didn't get it this time, don't lose hope.
Thank you. All right, any questions, comments? All those in favor? 7 yeas. So I would appreciate if someone would make a motion to take an item out of order, and the item would be 2026 3-13 to go into executive session with consultation with legal counsel. Item out of order. All right, Counselor Hamblin, is there a second?
Second.
Bush. All those in favor of taking the item out of order? 7 yeas. Thank you. So we'll go into executive session in the other room, and then we will come back out and resume the meeting. I'm not sure how long it'll take, but we don't take any votes in executive session, so we'll come back out and pick up where we left off.
Do we need to do a motion
Yeah.
on the actual item?
Yeah, and then we're going to, all right, so is there a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Second.
All right, all those in favor? 7 yeas. All right.
Item 2026 3-2, action to consider instructing the Capital Improvements Committee to look at value development in areas of Gorham, Councilor Sims. Proposed Order 2625, ordered that the Town Council instruct staff to work with the Capital Improvements Program Committee and the Economic Development Committee to consider strategies for updating Gorham's zoning map to promote higher value development that generates more net positive property tax revenues, particularly to the village center and other growth areas.
Second?
Second.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know it's kind of late, so I won't babble on for too long here, but the idea here is we need to look at how we can update the zoning to allow for more tax revenue. So I think, we got to really be intentional about, yes, we have 50 acres of land in this town, but there's only so much that's in good spots, like this land along Main Street that we're extending sewer down from the industrial park to the village. This is like a key area. We gotta get as much tax value out of it as we can. So we're struggling with the budget, so we can't just settle for the one deal that comes along. We gotta improve our odds of getting better investment moving forward, and so that's the effort here.
Question through you. I was wondering about, we've been doing smaller bites of what will eventually become a new comp plan. Is this not covered in anything that's upcoming?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think that'll take a really long time, and we can do this faster, and it could help inform that work as well. So I think that'll be a fair reason to go ahead and do this now, and it'll help us. It'll keep start the slow moving motion of the comprehensive plan moving a little bit more.
Item 2026 3-3, action to consider amendments to the Land Use and Development Code with regards to sign requirements. Councilor Willis, sponsor. 26, ordered that the Town Council forward to the Planning Board for public hearing and recommendation amendments to the Land Use and Development Code with regards to sign standards as follows.
Motion to waive the reading due to length.
Second. On the item.
So moved.
Second?
Yeah, I'll kick it off. This item was brought to me by town staff to address issues they were experiencing when applying the current sign ordinance. We believe these changes provide flexibility while maintaining the overall spirit of the ordinance. And with that, I would defer to Mr. Poirier with any other questions.
Any questions?
Just one quick question. I mean, how significantly different is this from what we have today?
Well,
So what we currently have today regarding, now what I'm going to talk about is multi-tenant signs. So what this provision is meant to do is address the multi-sign performance standards in our signage. Currently, on the freestanding signs, we treat single-family lots the same as multifamily. So if you have a one business lot, you get the same signage as if you had 4 or 5. What we're trying to do now is utilize a system similar to what we do with the business, the signs on the buildings, because under single occupants, you get one sign. Under multi-occupants, you can have multiple signs based on the size of your building. So instead of saying one size fits all, we're looking at the parcel size, and then those multi-tenants saying, okay, what's reasonable for businesses that have bigger street frontages with multiple businesses? So that's really what we're looking to do.
Thank you, Chair. Is this going to lead to bigger signs?
Yes, for those multi-occupant. So like right now, if it's a if it's a lot that has one business, they're allowed 36 square feet of sign area. If you're 5 businesses, you're allowed 36 square feet of sign area. Based on this, depending on what district we are, so the village will have a smaller maximum sign area, the roadside a little bit bigger, and the industrial a little bit bigger, similar to business signs.
Comments. This has always been a thing that's been brought up. I've heard from multiple businesses, they put in a sign, wish they had a bigger sign, or wish they had more information on their signs. And we do have a variety of signs. I mean, we have, you know, in the Village Mall sign, and there's so many parts to the sign ordinance. So I appreciate you bringing forward the changes. I think that'll help with, especially if we are going to have parcels that have multiple businesses on one parcel. I think that'll be helpful.
Correct, and there is an upper limit cap in each sign district, so there is a maximum size.
Questions, comments? All those in favor?
2026 3-4, action to consider amendments to the Land Use and Development Code for Industrial Zone Air Quality Standards. Councilor Siegel. Order that the Town Council forwards to the Ordinance Committee for review and recommendations, establishing an air quality monitoring requirement.
Motion?
So moved.
Second?
Thank you very much. First, my apologies to the other councilors. As you'll notice, there's a lot of small motions here. They all had to be separate so that they can be adequately discussed. As we all heard tonight, there is a lot of concern about industrial businesses, and I want to make sure that our ordinances are ready and that we are not in a reactive state in the future, so that specifically when we look at industrial businesses, when they are very close to residences, there is proper the air quality is all right. And I will say, even though these are further things, that is the same idea that I have for all of the next motions as well. If anyone has specific questions, I can answer them too.
Questions?
So would this apply to all existing businesses, just industrial businesses?
I have to.
Is that what we're going to research?
You might have to speak into the mic a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this going to apply to existing businesses, existing industrial businesses, and future businesses?
Well,
or is it just in general business in the town of Gorham?
I'm seeing this as specifically the industrial zone, but it might even be that we could say it's industrial zone within a certain space to residences. I'm just, I think about one of the examples like Nappy. It's a giant warehouse. Nobody notices they're there. They're awesome neighbors. They're an awesome business for Gorham. And if we can just make sure every industrial business is kind of invisible to the community in that way, they're working, and that's my hope with this. So I believe my answer is I like it so that it's not limiting our existing businesses while the existing businesses that aren't bothering neighbors, while also making sure that businesses close to neighbors don't generally reduce the air quality.
I have a question of the town manager, possibly, just about the existing, like, once an ordinance is passed, whether it applies to all the businesses existing have to now comply with the current ordinance, or is?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think a lot of that would have to be vetted at the ordinance committee and/or depending on how an ordinance is written, it could be applicable to an existing business, but something like a buffering standard, for example, which is later on, most likely would be during the amendment process for an existing business or the initial approval. So I think it's specific on the item, but some could be, depending on how the town wrote it, could be across the board, it could be for future uses. It's really the devil's in the details, and I think the council and the planning board have to vet those details.
Question through you to the town manager. Excuse me, I'll try to speak up. I guess two questions. One, do we have any air quality standards in place currently for the industrial zone? And then also enforcement. What does that look like?
Thank you. I look to our community development director. I am not the subject matter expert, and I'm guessing if we have them, they're not extensive by the fact that he's pulling out his laptop right now. But we can get you an answer to that fairly.
Federal standards. I just wonder who's going to be monitoring this. And who is it that we're reporting to? Who's going to be policing this? Are we hiring somebody to be the air monitor, or?
We do have standards, so that's what I was looking for. So under Chapter 2, environmental, there's an air pollution standard, and there's 4 standards. Do you want me to read them? Sure. Dust, dirt, and fly ash shall not exceed 0.3 grain per cubic foot of flue gas at the stack temperature of 500 degrees, and shall in no manner be destructive, unhealthful, hazardous, nor shall visibility be impaired by the emission of haze, which unduly impedes vision with an apparent opaqueness equivalent to number 1 of the Ringland Man chart as measured at the boundary line, using the products of the American Society of Testing and Materials. Representatives of the town or the State Department of Environmental Protection may enter onto premises for the purpose of testing any and all sources of pollution, of potential air pollution. B, limitations of subsection A shall not apply to emissions resulting from soot, blowing, or any heat transfer operation regardless of fuel source, provided such emissions do not exceed an aggregate duration of more than 1 hour in any 24-hour period. C, any activity emitting toxic or odoriferous substances must submit to the code enforcement officer detailed plans to minimize such emissions before a permit is granted. Limitations of toxicity and odors of these substances shall be set forth in the state of Maine. And then D, all air pollution control shall comply with minimum state requirements, and detailed plans shall be submitted to the code enforcement officer for approval before a permit is granted.
Questions, comments? Go ahead, Councilor Hamblin.
So EPA has a pretty robust website that I've looked at that tells you of where they're monitoring air quality standards. Excuse me. In Gorham, there's only one. It's in the industrial park, and it's like a yellow, so it's a warning. If the fact that a town the size of the Gorham only has one place being monitored by EPA suggests to me that maybe we need to look at our own standards a little bit. Totally with the EPA and the state and everybody else is looking at stuff, but I was shocked how little EPA really looks at stuff around here. So I'm in favor of this. I don't know what it's going to lead us to, but air quality standards with the amount of traffic we have and the amount of industry we have is not a bad thing to be aware of.
I think the industrial development that we've been welcoming, we kind of owe it to our residents to take care of this kind of stuff. Like this is a responsibility we're taking on by continuing to push for more industrial development. So I think we need to move forward with it.
Josh?
Yes, I'm just wondering, and I know we're looking at these one at a time, but I'm wondering how much work we're giving through the town manager to town staff, or these all can't be done overnight. or retroactively, so I guess I'm curious as to how much staff time we might be trying to monopolize.
So I'll speak to the fact I made recommendations that this not be one item, so that if people felt one was important and one was not, that we could make the choices. I think Councilor Siegel understands that. So that's why and maybe, I thought that that was the easier way to go about this, so that everybody could, instead of amending items and things like that, just to give each one a fair shake, so.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This late in the evening, I try to reduce my remarks. So, but I will say that really fundamentally, it'll be down to the ordinance committee to prioritize whatever's sent to them. They have a docket. They do this every month. They look at it and say, where are we putting our resources, and do we need to put
Thank you, Director Poyer, for your excellent reading. Appreciate that. I think this, to me, is one, and I do recognize Councillor Sims' point around a responsibility to the citizens. I worry about enforcement. I worry about a lot of time spent on this and where it's going to go. If I heard that we didn't have anything in place right now, I'd support this specific item. But since we do have some standards, and there's some standards happening at the state level, I'm going to vote against this one this evening, and I will offer support to some of the other ones that are coming up. So I appreciate the question being separated in this way.
Yeah, I would just say that my concern was existing businesses, but then, I guess that's sending a message that if you're existing, that's always the question. You're okay, but you're not okay. So I guess that's one issue I'd like the ordinance committee to who it's affecting, and then enforcement is always my question about ordinances. So that would be my other question to the ordinance committee, I guess.
If I may, I think we as a council owe it to the people who, we did not, but councils before us zoned industrial right next to residential. And we are taking on that. And so I just think, we owe it to the residents that are there to look at these things before there are major life impacts. So that's what I see this as being important. But I also agree with you. We're not trying to, flip on the head existing businesses. The point is to make sure that this stuff's in place before large issues arise.
And not to belabor it, but I just, again, one of the things we hear is like, oh, businesses, industrial business, we bring them in, they don't cost us anything. That's not true. We got a laundry list of costs right here, so it's real. And as Councilor Siegel just said, we are taking on these burdens of this responsibility. We owe it to the people of this town to make sure that the development that's coming in is not degrading the quality of life. So I think we gotta step up and take responsibility.
Questions, comments? All right, all those in favor? Those opposed?
3-5, action to consider amendments to the Land Use and Development Code for industrial zoning idling standards. Further order that the Town Council forwards to the Ordinance Committee for review and recommendation, requiring vehicles idling standards for requirements for industrial businesses.
Your motion?
So moved.
Second? Second by Councilor Sims.
This is yet another one. I do not believe we have idling standards. As I look out to the audience, I do not believe we have idling standards in place. And this to me feels specifically relevant, as many of the speakers tonight were concerned about excessive idling from future businesses.
No, we do not have an idling provision in the ordinance.
Thank you.
I guess in this case, the idling standards, I'm not sure if industrial zone is the only place where we would need to look at that. I know there are major concerns about idling standards at school buildings, and buses waiting and cars waiting. So I guess in this case, I'd rather see it not limited just to industrial zone.
So I was actually on the Portland Water District Board, God, 15 years ago, or whatever it was, and this same issue came up, and there was quite a bit of conversation about it. And I think it ultimately passed with the criteria of wintertime. Maybe you have extended periods of time. If it's safety and health issues, then certainly idling needs to be allowed. But I think I recall after the fact that a lot of people came in and said, yeah, we just never thought about it. But, we thought about it. We take the idling off. We save a little bit of that. And it's not that onerous a thing on most companies, I believe. So I can support this. But I agree, it should be all over town, not just the industrial.
Commercial trucks need to, especially in the wintertime, need to, diesel especially, need to warm up. They need to idle so that they can drive. Industrial corridor 25 runs through the industrial part of it. There's cars sitting in the town of Warren for 25 minutes trying to get through town. Target the businesses and say, well, you can't do this. Kathy has tons of trucks that have to idle, especially in the wintertime. I can't support this as far as they have to warm up.
I think that's part of the ordinance. Apologize if I'm out of order. Absolutely, trucks need to be warmed up. They need to run when it's warm. But the question is, if you go park it at the Hannaford and let it idle for 24 hours, is that really necessary or not? Reasonable to allow businesses to do what they need to do, but offer some protection.
I was just let everybody talk
Oh, sad,
first,
thank
and then
you.
I'll let everybody. Yeah.
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 In charge of it, who's gonna, hiring somebody to go around, idling in Hannaford or on Route 25 on their way home. I mean, what are we doing?
Councilor Willis. go
Thank
ahead.
you. I think some of the councilors have already spoken, have identified some of the areas that I was concerned with this one. And I just have to acknowledge some of these in its, if you just read the sentence, I feel silly voting against them. I understand what the implications are and what the intention of this is. I wish that it was more drilled down before it came to us so that it's not just this bigger conversation that turns into, is Gorham for business? Are we against business? Are we trying to shut down some of the businesses that exist here? Are we trying to discourage businesses from coming here? And whether that's the intention or not, it's the discussions that are happening outside of these council chambers in our town and Cumberland County altogether. I can assure you of that. So I would have been more receptive if there was, here's what we're looking for with the specific item and how we would get there, instead of let's just have a grander conversation around it. And especially when you look at the rest of the town and some of the points that Councilor Krush made, I just don't see how we can single out this use and not some of the other areas that.
It's a point of order. Should we propose an amendment to idling standards?
Make an amendment? We
Yeah.
can do that.
Idling, so we would amend it to action to consider amendments to the Land Use and Development Code for idling standards. Remove industrial zone. Yeah. So
And on the
strike
second
industrial
part,
zone.
just remove industrial businesses on the proposed order.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's definitely a fair assertion here that industrial businesses are certainly more likely to be, creating a more significant amount of impact in this case. It's not to say that we should, I'm happy to, to have it be across the board to look at it. I think we'll probably end up finding the areas where it's going to be an issue are with larger, diesel engines, things like that. So we'll see. But yeah, I'm fine with that. So I'd propose an amendment to strike industrial zone and from the item, and then we'd say, and then this requiring vehicle idling standards for requirements, requiring vehicle idling standards. So we just strike out the end for requirements for industrial businesses. Is that the suggestion?
Is there a second for that amendment?
Second.
Discussion on the amendment? Favor? Noes. All right. 6-1, Dearborn. All right, so now the item is amended. Now we're just discussing it as idling standards across the town. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think there needs to be room for discussion. I am not a fan of bringing something overly specific to the council because I know where these conversations can go and can change. And so that's why it looks overly broad. And I know there's concern about us, choking businesses, but we don't need to go that far. We can have some level of regulation without it just ruining a business. And if we have what we currently have, which is zero regulation, we have cars constantly running, and those fumes are going out, and they are going out into our community, in our nature preserves. And if we do care about the environment of Gorham, this does seem like a thing that is actually important for us to do. And to do so in a responsible way. We can have exceptions for the winter. We can do it correctly. And I also want to address, because I think this has come up quite a few times tonight, is who's going to enforce it, the worry of enforcement. We have so many ordinances. Yeah. And we do
Dog
not.
poop ordinance.
We do not have a large code office.
Yeah.
But when you put an ordinance in place, businesses follow it. I always think about the roads that we post for no trucks. We don't have somebody at that intersection watching for trucks, but the larger businesses look at our list of roads and then they avoid those roads. They don't want to be breaking our rules. So there is just by having it, I think a lot of the larger businesses will just abide by it. And the repeat offenders, the ones who create the major issues, that's when code can get involved.
Budget, we can think about having a complaint department put in the budget. All right. You heard that. Just call Ephraim if you have a complaint. All right, go ahead, Councilor Kush.
Sorry, I do. Two things. One of them is that, to Councilor Willis's point, we have these and they're broken down, and on the optics of voting against any of these is bad. But on the other hand, we get packets with information and we don't really have a lot of information. And a different counselor brought something to us and then came back with more information. So I guess, not in the spirit of tabling all of these, but I'm concerned about something happening like what happened with the mobile home parks, and it turned out that there were other considerations. I just feel like there isn't enough information here for me to support this, even though I know it looks bad.
Point of order. All we're proposing right now is to send this to the ordinance committee to discuss it. We're not making a decision here. We're looking at the problem to get more information, which I think before some sort of decision gets made, yes, we want to make sure we've investigated it thoroughly. I think I agree with the first part of what you said. if you look at this, it seems like it's something that's reasonable to look at and say yes to. And I would encourage you to listen to that initial inkling inside of yourself. And again, we're looking at this. We're not making a decision here. We've heard from a whole lot of people that this is something they are concerned about. I think it's reasonable that they're concerned about it. I don't see why there's pushback on sending this to the ordinance committee to look at it. That seems, I mean, it's not anti-business to look at it. And again, it just comes down to who ends up bearing these costs. It's a conversation at this point. So I think it's premature to say we can't look at this because we don't have enough information for it. We're bringing it to the council to try to get more information. I'm kind of confused on some of the arguments I'm hearing against it, but I'll leave it there.
Well, I can speak for myself that there's been times, and longevity on the council is, kind of plays into that, is just that, like when I go to committee meetings and I see 8 staff members sitting there for an hour, I'm mathematically doing the math in my head about how much money we spent on that discussion. For there to be, and I know I've asked in the past, if we send a recommendation to give clear direction, that's our job, is give clear direction to the ordinance committee of what to look at, then I think we have an expectation that something comes back. It's almost like saying, do you want to have a workshop? Do you want to invest time, your time, the ordinance committee's time, staff time, people's time to look at some of these items, I guess that's how I look at it when I read these. And if I feel that this is something we should spend time on, we do have a lot of things going on. And I know for ordinance, obviously some things, you have to make a decision every month to say, okay, this, then this, and maybe this, and there's still things there. So it's just a difficult committee because everything kind of has to, at some point, for changes to go through. So for me, it's just asking whether I think it's important enough. And it's not that it's not important, to your points. It's the discussion that's going to be had and the result from the conversation, I guess, is maybe what people feel more strongly about. But I agree. Things can all be discussed. And to your point, Councilor Kush, it makes sense. You want to say yes, but you want to be able to say yes to the components of it, not just the idea of it, I think is what you're saying. So just my 2 cents. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. To your point and to Councilor Kush, that's the whole point is for us to gather that information and get to it. There was an earlier motion that was very detailed, but that was already written by town staff. That was written by town staff and brought forward by a councilor. And so I am not going to be a person that's going to bring a pre-written ordinance to the council because I think it is important for the councilors to discuss the items and then bring them back. The whole point is for us to then specifically discuss in committee and then bring it back to the council as a whole, our end result. And so that's why it's more open-ended. That's why it doesn't have a lot of beef to it, is because we're going to figure it out in committee as we do.
So I look at these 3 items and I just think of Gorham 20 years ago and 20 years in the future. 20 years ago, some of the stuff didn't really matter because we just didn't have that many residents in the town, and the industrial side was kind of hidden away, back in the industrial park. And I've never heard anybody complain about the industrial park. It just seems there's nobody around it, and it has its own buffer. But as the industrial zone in Gorham expands and the residential area of Gorham expands, we're having a clash. Like it or not, and asking these questions doesn't mean we're not business friendly. I think it may mean we're resident friendly. And the sooner we try to work through this stuff, the better off we'll be and the less complaints I think we'll have in the future. So yeah, staff is busy, ordinance committee is busy, there's plenty of things to deal with, but just ignoring these, I think, way is a little more optimistic than I think. So maybe we can reprioritize it next month or come in a slightly different way. But I think we need to start knocking some of this stuff down out of respect to our residents and respect to our business people who just don't really want to hear it and come to these meetings and issue that's not going to go away.
Yeah, I'm. Chair Phillips said exactly how I feel about it. As I'm looking at these, I tried to prioritize the ones I'm going to support are the ones I think we can have actionable items on when they go to ordinance and make real growth in some of those areas. Some of the ones that I won't support, I think it's either too broad, and I respect your point, Councilor Siegel, and you know would have loved to maybe talk about it before or have some time to debate it before we're sitting here. You know, I worry about that one, and I like the change, the amendment to make it more equitable across the board, but it just seems like a big undertaking, and I'm not sure there's the immediate reward waiting for us at the end of this, and a lot of staff time and a lot of council time or ordinance committee time to try to take it on.
So I only have the same concerns I had in the last one, does it affect existing people? And I'm just thinking of, and I don't know how to talk about this right now, but I'm just thinking of the police cars that idle and the fire trucks and things like that, but we'd probably make an exemption for our municipal vehicles or something like that. And like, you know, school buses and stuff, but then I'm thinking about my father-in-law idling his tow truck at an accident or something, but that's something for ordinance. Yes, because we don't have this ordinance, I'm willing to support this one to look at if other towns have it, if it's something we should do. But I want to be fair. If it does end up being fair, that we can do it across the board. I don't want to just, you know, jeopardize, you know, one business here in this zone and idles away, and then the other businesses don't. So I don't mind it being open-ended like this. So.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think with this one, the staff can do a fairly broad analysis to see what's out there. We don't have anything, and have that conversation of what would actually work. And yeah, there's all the scenarios you could dream of, but you know, should we have a major standard there that affects a lot of people and nothing that we're hunting down. So I think we could bring you some information, conversation. And again, I think there's just.
All right, all those in favor? Those opposed? We'll listen to your board.
3-6, action to consider amendments to the land. Be it further order that the town council forwards to the ordinance committee for review and recommendation, updating buffering requirements for industrial.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right, Councilor Siegel.
Once again, I think we should look at our buffering standards as residential is right up against industrial. Specifically at the edge of zones is what I'm thinking about for this. That helps people.
I know we already do have buffering standards, but to some extent, because that's all I hear is that type of stuff. So did you have a comment? Yep.
What I like about this one is you don't really need staff to be reviewing this research whatever the ordinances and setback that's done. I just think what I understand of the buffer, 150 feet next to an industrial product or anything is nothing for residents. Unless you have huge gardens in place, a lot of trees, and even then, I'm not sure it really matters. So And that, comparing it to what other towns are doing, other cities, I think a reasonable exercise. Out of line, then we can change it. If not, we just go on. But simpler to deal with and simpler.
The other thing, I think when the council looks at this item, try not to just focus on industrial and how it's going to impact residential. A lot of our growth issues have been the result of residential encroaching on areas that are already existing industrial or different types of uses. So what I'm getting at is I think those standards go both ways. It's easier to enforce and mandate on a business, but when you have a large development being constructed in design, planning board, that's a time to look at some of those issues without infringing on the quality of life and things like that. So I think it goes both ways, and when we look at it.
I'd love to say nothing and just vote for it, but because I've been so pessimistic to this point, I think this one's a no-brainer. I think it's something that we can come up with a real tangible result. It's part of the planning board process. It protects the people who live in that area. And, I know Councilor Sims loves the book Arbitrary Lines, and this is a perfect example of that we can sort of delineate some type of line between those arbitrary lines and make it a better place for all. So.
Just a point of clarification, some of these in the notes go to the council ordinance committee and some go to the planning board.
I can clarify. Thank you, Madam Chair. So like the sign ordinance, that was crafted by staff, is very surgical. Our recommendation was to send that right to the planning board because we're just eating up time at the ordinance committee, assuming the council's okay with it. I think larger, more conceptual items definitely need to be vetted, and then we give direction to the council gives direction to the planning board. I believe all of the following ones go to ordinance.
Okay, so it just, to clarify, the notes that we got say planning board. We're saying ordinance.
It's very plausible that I made a mistake there somewhere.
Not calling you out.
But the orders do send them to the ordinance.
Thank you.
I think that does repeat a couple of times in here, just so we're all on the same page that I think all of these would go to ordinance that we're discussing right now.
All those in favor?
Item 2026, 3-7, action to consider amendments to the Land Use Development Code with regards to sidewalks. Councilor Seagull sponsor. Order that the town council forwards to the
So moved.
By Councilor Sims?
Thank you.
Pretty obvious what this is, but go ahead.
I'm taking the feedback from the council that my motions will be more specific because I can tell you all what this one's specifically looking at. What I planned for this, we, a few years ago, so it was myself, Councilor Shepherd, and Councilor Wilder Cross on the ordinance committee at the time, updating our, we have a sidewalk map, basically, so that it makes sense when we're asking new developments to build a sidewalk and when not to build a sidewalk. And we have a very specific, here are the places we want it. Is it near, is it near a big path? Is it near some of our existing sidewalks? Because we were getting a lot of these sidewalks to nowhere, basically, that were just an extra cost. And the new rules that we have in place, I think, are limiting us a little bit in what we could be getting for the betterment of the town. And so I think there's some small tweaks. For instance, I know that with an existing new development going in, they had to do a sidewalk out to 114, but they didn't have to do both legs of the sidewalk or even both sides. They had to do one spot at one place. And it's like, well, if this were changed or if this were modified in some way, and also the shall we say, new hot thing, 8 feet sidewalks rather than 5 feet, where we can really get a nice mixed-use path, especially in places where we only have sidewalks on one side of the street. So while the order is written vague, those are the specific things that I want us to address with that.
Happy that you don't want more sidewalks to nowhere, because that has been, I would get rid of sidewalks altogether, but I know people need to go places. But it's just also the maintenance, and I remember at the time looking at the map of where we wanted sidewalks and where we didn't think they were necessary. They're not connected, obviously, and it makes sense in residential because people are going to walk out of the developments to get somewhere, and in concentrated areas. So as long as you keep it to that, in that lane, and there's no sidewalks to nowhere, I think it might be good. Anyone else?
Just to, I don't want to stay here later than we have to, but just on the sidewalks to nowhere thing, obviously sensible, we don't want to put them out there in the middle of the rural zone, but a nice example worth pointing to the Summit Church there, they were willing to put the sidewalk in there, although there wasn't a connection. And guess what? Now we got the PAX money and we're going to make a connection down there. So from the access road all the way down there. So sometimes you got to put, you got to put it out there a little bit and then you eventually get there. But you obviously got to, take that, with some amount of temperance. But yeah, I'm supportive.
Questions, comments? All right, all those in favor?
Action to consider amendments to the Land Use and Development Code for noise standards. Councilor Siegel. Forwards to the Ordinance Committee for review and recommendation, updating the Land Use and Development Code with regards to noise standards.
So moved.
Second?
We heard from a few people tonight about noise. I know we have noise standards in place. I personally don't think we have very good noise standards in place. And so I'd like us to see us have some actual good noise standards, as well as I think this is where we can also hit upon the drone thing. Just take 10 seconds here. A few years ago, I went to Iceland, and they had an active volcano, and they built a trail to the trail to it. You can see it from a distance. It was so amazing. And you know what ruined that moment? Was the sound of someone's drone right next to us. It sounds like a giant mosquito. They are truly like, yeah, so that's where I also see, see us having good noise standards, updating our noise standards to make them better, and then also addressing stuff like drones.
I just have one question. Where? Everywhere?
I can make it more specific if you want to respond.
That was my only question was where? Where are we checking the noise? I mean, other question is who, but where, I know noise standards like in construction zones and things like that are different than, once you're done constructing and then things like that, but industrial or
my initial thought was industrial, but if we... All
right, here comes the Community Development Director. I was just going to invite him up.
So actually, we have really good noise standards under site plan review. So the town went out and hired a noise consultant. So if you look under Chapter 4, the noise standards, they are very specific. They tell you how you measure noise, where you measure noise. It's very specific. It was written by a noise engineer. There's also provisions that the planning board can require once they approve a project to test to make sure the noise meets those standards. So the noise standards for projects going through site plan review is pretty stringent. Now you can look at the decibels at the property line and say, should it be quiet or should it not be? But the standards themselves are pretty solid. Now so that's for projects going through site plan. For everybody else in town that doesn't go through site plan, there's general performance standards regarding noise. So it's a little bit more, what I would say, forgiving. The noise at the property line is a little bit louder, and then it has all kinds of exemptions from mowing your grass to snow blowing. So there are noise standards in both provisions. So I guess it's what do you guys want? If you're looking for a site plan review, you can look at those, but really those were written by a noise engineer, and really what you'd be doing is looking at the property line, should that be different? But the standards as they were written and tested it was completed by them.
To your point, I'm interested in those performance standards, past site plan review, making sure that yes, the active noise is down. This also feels like something that's come up over the past 4 years. Be good to finally address, even though, thank you for pointing out, a professional noise engineer did our site plan review standards.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only thing I was going to say is probably one of the hardest standards for our folks to monitor and enforce, just from the logistics of it. If you think there's a complaint, there's construction early in the morning, they have to be there, they have to hit it at the exact same time. If it's a consistent operation, those are the easy ones because they operate. Chasing the phantom noises, we get that all the time. And vendors is the garbage trucks picking up dumpsters early in the morning in a summer, but something we can look at throughout that standard and maybe fine tune how we enforce it.
Item 2026 3-9, action to consider amendments to the Land Use and Development Code for lighting standards. Councilor Siegel sponsored. Development Code with regards to lighting standards.
So moved.
Second by Councilor Hamblin.
I'd say I apologize for all the motions, but I know I'm going to do this more in the future. Yeah, so once again, this is just making sure that excessive lighting, and this is something obviously as we try to keep a rural character, making sure that there aren't these super bright lights, making sure that there aren't, specifically we're talking about onto other people's property. There is also the state law that appears to have passed, is currently in, that we will have to update these eventually around new state standards. We can wait to do it, or we can be ahead of it. But yeah, this is very much just the concern of an industrial zone and a residential zone right next to each other, making sure that the bright lights aren't ruining the nice view.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would recommend having Tom back up again, and I think it's a good exercise because I think some of our standards, especially for new approvals, are my understanding is they can be very dialed in. I think where we have struggled, or I have seen a lot of complaints, is their approvals, residential versus residential, things like that. But I think just because that might be a good thing.
Yeah, so the planning board is quite consistent in their application, so everything gets full cutoff. So everything is directed downwards. They don't allow the wall packs that have light blasting off. If they do, that means it was probably installed incorrectly. What will happen is you get an approval, you say everything needs to be downshielded. At some point in the future, someone changes out a light, doesn't realize there's a standard. So it's more chasing projects that are, as the town manager said, 20 or 30 years old. But any new project comes, it's downward shielded and you want full cutoffs. What we're going to continue to see as Gorham goes from rural to urban, you're going to need light, right? So you're going to need walkability, you're going to need safety, as we turn what would be suburban and rural growth into urban and smart growth areas, we're going to need to put lighting in to be safe for pedestrians and vehicular access. So lighting is part of it. So we're going to have to consider downward shielding so we're not impacting directly in people's houses. But there is going to be some lighting impacts as we go from that rural environment to an urban environment in those growth areas.
Do you have any idea when the state is going to try to pick up on this matter? I mean, is it being worked or is it just in discussion? I mean, I just hate to do something at Gorham level and the state level if it's coming right down the road.
So, I mean, you never really know what the state's up to. They pass things and then it's kind of there. But what the staff do is if we are instructed to work on something, we will look at that and say, okay, is the state in rulemaking right now? And then we'll provide counsel to the ordinance committee that maybe we should pause on this for a month because they're going to release standards or whatever the case is. So we do check that to make sure we're not bringing you more problems down the road.
Just a note that sometimes the state creates their own standards, but sometimes they create standards for us that we have to put in place. And that's the case in this way. And I saw it was passed, but then I saw it was a maybe. And it, like Ephraim said, sometimes things change it. Yeah.
All right, this is something I think we already do pretty well, just watching the planning board meetings. It's usually complaints that I get are from places that upgrade their lights or something like old apartment buildings and stuff like that, and then shine in people's windows and stuff like that. But, so I think this is one of the things that I see the planning board really sticking to and following pretty closely. But
So that's on new projects though, existing.
I mean, existing projects, I mean, still have to adhere to new standards as we get them, correct? Or depends on what it is. I mean, I
It
just
depends
gave a
what it
random
is.
example.
So if
but-
you have like dark sky compliant, we would have to catch them as they come through site plan review. We couldn't retroactively make everybody change out lighting to meet a new standard. It would have to be as they come forward with an amendment.
Those in favor? 5 yeas, all those opposed?
At 2026-3-10, action to consider hiring a consultant to review and compare Proposed Order 2633, order that the town council authorizes the town manager to solicit consultant to review and compare Gorham's municipal ordinance. Scope of work shall include, at minimum, the following: review and compare comparable municipalities should include but not limit to updated within the last 5 years, existing quarry size comparable to Gorham's, quarry location in relation to downtown and neighboring residents, including on neighbors from existing Gorham quarries, including of dust, size, and number of blast, aggregate storage best practices, and mitigation efforts intended to limit impacts on neighbors. Provide a written report highlighting potential ordinance improvements to recommendations related to.
There a motion?
Moved.
Is there a second? Second by Councilor.
Thank you, and thank you, counselors. I know it's late and we've been over this issue plenty of times. Thankfully, Tom Poirier kind of led into this very well a couple of points ago where the town hired a noise engineer to work on the noise standards for the town, because recognizing probably the town didn't have house. And I think when I brought up the topic on the quarries last month, the feedback I felt I was getting from the council was the ordinance committee is real busy, staff is real busy. We don't have a lot of expertise around quarries. So we talked about it a little bit last month, and I just thought it made a little bit more sense. Hire a consultant to take a look at what we have versus some other ones around and see. So we have a real baseline to figure out exactly if we have a problem or not, or if we need to make any changes, have that independent consultant give us input on which direction we should move. So really quick, save a lot of staff, and probably come out with a better result because we'll be on really understand the impact, not only to the owners, but to the neighbors as well.
Comments? Go ahead, Councilor Kush.
I'm not sure exactly the procedure to do this. I apologize for not asking earlier. But I would be in favor of tabling this motion. It's very specific, and I would like for us to have a workshop with a facilitator if possible, and then come up with a plan for what it is that we're looking for without exactly prescribing. You know, there could be ordinances that aren't updated in the last 5 years that are great. I think that we've heard from a lot of people similar to tonight that had a possibly facilitated meeting that had homeowners and the business people and the council together, that we might have a better plan going forward before we spend money on a consultant.
If I may, Madam Chair, I think it's a fair point. I think that my time on the council, we've done a fair amount of what you're describing there. We've had some conversations with the ordinance committee about quarry expansions. So I think at this point, and and one of the observations from those interactions is it's the opinion of the residents versus the opinions of the quarry operators, and obviously they both have their own opinions there. So I think the idea of a neutral third party, I think that probably is a reasonable thing to do at this point. I mean, I think you make a fair observation there. I think we've had some conversations here recently. In the last couple of years, we've had some issues of these quarries. There's been this engagement between the various parties. Those have only gotten so far, so I think it might be worth having a third party look at it at this point. And then perhaps some sort of workshop like you're describing, once we have the information of the third party, perhaps would be a good idea.
You motion to table it if you'd like. And have a workshop first before acting on this item? You look like you want to say
I'm in
something.
limbo, sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I think to that point, though, I think we can cast a net of see what's out there for existing language, operating procedures, other municipalities, aggressive, towards regulations, not, and then see where that middle ground is, bring it back, and then if the council needs to, I think you're going to have to take this at a workshop.
Yeah.
After that, you wanted to head down that road, we could combine that or continue that conversation with a facilitator if the council is helpful. I guess I think that might be beneficial, but we need the data.
Yeah.
That's what I worry about.
I agree with that.
If the council moves forward with this, my collect more data on other practices in other municipalities.
But if I could I think the workshop will be more useful if we get the information first. That's what I'm getting.
Order is hiring a consultant.
I want to know how much this consultant's going to cost before I.
Ways to do this, and I was going to make a suggestion, but maybe the town manager can answer. Sometimes we have we get proposals, and then it comes back to us to authorize the money. The money's not in here, and then we vote to hire a consultant, but I don't know if you have any other.
Thank you. I think a high-end estimate that the staff received, 20,000, that was on the extreme high end. Likely it would be less than that. Council wishes we could absorb that with our, like on Tom, but he has funding for consultants and studies in his budget. Chunk of the year, he likes to protect his funding for his department, but we could allocate the funds, and I think that would be the intention if.
Chair. This is like the most we've ever brought an ordinance through some rigmarole. Like last month, Councilor Hamlin's ordinance wasn't detailed enough. This month there's concern this is too detailed, and I just think back to maybe more than a year ago at this point, we had a motion about clustered wastewater systems. It's like one sentence for the ordinance committee to look at clustered wastewater systems. Came to us. We had a consultant work through drafting the motion. We ended up taking no action, but like we didn't go through the council approval of getting a, of saying, oh, we're going to hire this engineering firm to work on this. We just did it. Like this just feels like, way too much granular stuff, and it feels only because it's only because this is related to quarries. I feel like this is having this level of scrutiny.
Well, I think the difference between wastewater systems is something that's across the town that's happening, and this is a specific, very specific business or industry that we're looking at. So I think
I see your point there. I guess what I'm saying is it's not weird or out of the ordinary for us to hire consultants to look at ordinances. It seems like there's a deep public interest in us looking at this ordinance. This seems fine, and I don't want to get so specific when we haven't done it for anything else. So sorry, I'm also tired.
Well, I've been here until midnight before at a meeting, but that was before all of you. So, so I guess the only thing that is a little bit concerning, and I don't know, maybe the consultant would interpretation-wise, is just the impact on the neighbors. I would assume a consultant would take into consideration the neighbors' input and things like that, but I don't want to have the consultant spend a lot of time. Your interpretation was the same as mine, but I think it's a little bit different, so.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're not spending the amount of money that would be like consultant knocks on everybody's door. That's costly, timely, it takes a lot of time. I think how I would interpret this is a consultant casts a wide net on other municipalities, ordinances, rules, regulations that are out there, and highlights some of the things that are positive for covering the concerns of neighbors. Obviously, when the council has this discussion, it's going to be a public discussion. Neighbors can provide. We're not going to be knocking on every door saying, hey, consultant's direction will be, look at these things. Properties. There's really what you're operating in a bubble by itself, 100 miles from nowhere. This wouldn't be a concern. So it's something I think that council will expect a consultant to look at.
Yeah, I struggle greatly with this one. I've talked about it privately with Councilor Hamlin. It's another one that I'm in favor of the spirit of it, and I worry about, got an analogy about an apple and taking a bite and eating the whole apple, but it's too late to go there. I just wish we would be taking a small bite of the apple and looking at the ordinances. I struggle with the last sentence and where we can go with what that looks like. As I shared with Councilor Hamlin privately, if we could kind of strike the last sentence and just do a comparison of the ordinances, I'm all for looking at what other towns are doing and if they're doing it better than us. I just find that last piece to be so open-ended that we don't know who's going to be doing it, and they can run with it in some direction that makes false promises or false hope for neighbors, I guess.
Think, and I get your point and appreciate it, Councilor Willis. Really, we backed off to the recommendations only from the reclamation planning because I cannot find a reclamation plan. I'm sorry, I can't say it right now. I'm tired. Filed in the town for the quarries. I guess there is one, but there's not on the other one. So this is really do the comparison, show where they think improvements could be or not, but no recommendations other than just related to that reclamation planning. Which is 40 years down the road or whenever that quarry's gone, we'd like to understand what's going to happen.
One other clarifying question, and Councilor Krusch mentioned it, the 5 years, can we allow the consultant some flexibility there? Because I don't know if there's 1 or 5 or 10 and what that looks like. Because if somebody may have a great ordinance that's 10 years old and they haven't updated in 10 years because it's working great, I'd like to know what they're doing well and take that into account. So is there a reason behind the 5 years?
Sorry, but the ordinance does say shall include at minimum the following. So it's just saying at minimum ordinances updated within the last 5 years, but it can be
More than that.
Can be more than that. Yeah. Oh, and it actually says should include but not limited to.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think if we hired a consultant, they came back and said, sorry, we only found 2 that met that criteria, I'd say, you're not a very good consultant. Just cast a wider net and see what's out there and highlight this is what we found and this is when it was amended. I think any good consultant would.
I'm okay with that as long as it's, I read at minimum, these were the criteria that need to be met, that was the minimum standard versus, it'd be nice if it was 5 years, but we could go longer.
Those in favor? All those opposed?
Item 2026, 3-11, action to consider setting a workshop for April, admin sponsored. Order 2634, order that the town council sets a workshop in April to receive updates on upcoming municipal infrastructure, as well as an overview of municipal infrastructure projects completed in the past 10 years, including.
Your motion? By Councilor Sims, is there a second?
Second.
I guess I'll speak to this one, even though Ephraim can, I guess. Based on the conversations we've been having about people are interested in projects, what we're doing, communication, I figured this would be a good time to give everyone the update, because Ephraim does update us from time to time, and then we get random questions, and so about different projects, so I think this would be a good kind of public service announcement at the same time as updates for us and questions from new counselors.
Yes, Madam Chair, and it's very helpful for the staff. We don't plan the future of Gorham, the elected officials do, and we help facilitate that. This upcoming budget, future budgets, conversations and feedback that you provide us helps us plan for that future growth and investment.
When were you thinking about for the date?
Yeah, so the only thing is I noticed that there might be a vacation in there, and that.
Yes.
Second.
The third,
Yeah.
yeah.
Maybe the 28th.
Vacation for those of people who have children.
But yeah, we do this. Maybe we do the 14th or the 28th, maybe.
My question
Yep.
was, do we have a Saturday budget? I don't.
Oh, yeah.
The 11th is your.
11th is our that's
your
the only,
all-day
yep.
budget workshop.
I've heard about it.
Yep, so we could do it on the 14th if the council, we can add that in if the council's. Out of the 21st. Added the 14th as the date.
To amend the item.
Yeah, we're past that. We don't do that after 10 o'clock. No amendments. All right, all those in favor?
63-12, action to consider adopting a general obligation bond order, administrative sponsored. Proposed follows.
Wait.
Motion to waive the reading due to length.
Is there a second? Second by Counselor Sims. All right, all those in favor of waiving the reading because it's so late? Okay, there we go. All right, is there a motion on the item?
So moved.
Second? Second by Counselor Sims. All right, this is,
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a legality, but I want to note that our bond counsel recommended that we break up the 2024 bond package from the parts of it from the 2025. This includes the reallocation from the schools bond from 2024 that was voted on by the voters in 2025, as well as all our culverts, and essentially allows us to go out to the bond market. It also allows us to include 60 days retroactive expenditures that we have incurred to date, which would be like.
questions, comments? All those in favor? Oh,
Quick
yep, go
question,
ahead.
I'm sorry. And I think Ephraim may have just covered it, but I remember a couple of months ago, when the school had done a bond and they didn't spend it all, and they wanted to put it into the sidewalks at the school there. So is this replacing that idea or taking it somewhere else?
Not replace that. This allows the staff, and more specifically me and the finance director and the school department, to go out to the bond market and get the funding. So this does include the $625,000 for the high school track, $1.1 million for Narragansett, various upgrades at Narragansett School, $100,000 for some improvements to Great Falls, sidewalks and parking lanes or fire lanes, as well as the work making that driveway to White Birch and the parking lot at Village Elementary School. So yes, it does. This is allowing us to go out and get the money from that reallocation vote last.
Sorry, through you to the town manager. It says in the appropriation for the construction of a connector to White Birch Lane and sidewalk at Great Falls. That not supposed to be village, or is it?
I think it's summarized in this document as connector. The connector at Village includes a lot of work. It's a driveway connector, it's probably some parking lot improvements.
Oh, but it's saying construction of a connector to White Birch Lane and sidewalk at Great Falls. Those are separate as well. Okay, got it.
So
got it.
there's some fire lane work at Great Falls Elementary School, as well as some sidewalk work. I think originally in concept it was to redo everything. Public Works is kind of fine-tuned really where the priorities are, and we'll be addressing that with.
Got the nod from the vice chair of the school committee that yes, it's the sidewalks. All those in favor? 7 yeas. Everybody's favorite one?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Leave it.
Thank you for your